candy Pop-Tarts.
Oh my.
It's one of the, must be a very early childhood comfort food.
My daughter still is just, associates ice cream with her twin brothers who would come home from school. They'd get out the half-gallon ice cream. One would scoop half the gallon out, put it in a big bowl, then hand the other container to his brother, and that's snack. And she's like, "You're eating 1,000 calories apiece for snack."
And I'm sure they were both this big around, right?
Yeah,
So,
they were skinny. They were skinny, and I laughed because I only ever bought it when it was, buy one get two free kind of thing. So when we would just say the store's out when they didn't have those sales going on.
well, my brother used to come home and my mom would buy kind of one snacky, junk food thing a week. And he came home one week and realized that if he unwrapped all the Twinkies and licked them, that nobody else would want to eat them. And he was correct.
Oh,
I've started having to buy 2 of everything and write Wyatt's name on one, because otherwise he doesn't get anything. He'll just eats it all before he gets to it.
so I was up to 15 boxes of cereal and 9 gallons of milk every week when all 3 boys were, it was most of the twins because Duncan was so much younger, but and we don't even go through half a gallon of milk a week now.
No, it's hard buying milk. It's always going bad on me. Yeah, we used to, my daughter didn't drink that much, but Ben would go through 4 gallons
Amy's
himself.
trying to get our attention.
All right, we got to get started here.
We have to do business?
Yes, we do.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Where is everybody? We have everybody.
Well, I'm not sure you can see everybody at once. So if council members will put their screens to showing your face, that will pop you up to the top, please.
Okay. And
All right. All right. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the January 27th, 2021 meeting of the Chapel Hill Town Council. We're glad to have you here with us. I want to start off by saying a belated happy birthday to Michael Parker, whose birthday was yesterday. Happy birthday, Mr. Parker.
Thank
There
you
you go.
kindly. Another year shot to hell.
And now. All right. I know it's hard to celebrate during this time, but tonight we have Spanish interpreters, and we're using a phone system this evening, so it's a little different. There's a phone number up there that's 919-969-4884. And we're going to keep the Spanish interpretation on through item number 8, which is the continued public hearing for conditional zoning at 1200 and 1204 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Can I have one of the interpreters please share that with the folks that are out there?
Buenas noches. Esta noche contamos con interpretación en español y esta interpretación está disponible a través de un sistema telefónico. Si quiere escuchar la interpretación en español, marque el número 919-969-4884. Vamos a estar interpretando desde el comienzo de la reunión hasta el final del punto número 8, o sea, la audiencia pública continuada para la zonificación condicional de 1200 y 1204 del Boulevard Martin Luther King Jr. Por favor, ponga su teléfono en silencio hasta que sea llamado para hablar, para que la interpretación esté clara.
Thank you so much for our interpreters helping us with this meeting, so making sure that everyone can hear and understand what we're discussing. We do have a full agenda tonight. We have several action items, some update items, and we have a lot of people signed up to speak this evening. So we welcome public input. We would like to hear from you. And if you haven't signed up already, then you'll have an opportunity to do the raised hand function or the *9 function on your phone. Mr. Parker will be in charge of calling you in 2 at a time to speak. And I know we'll have some help with speakers who need the interpreters, and we're all going to have to be a little patient with each other to make that work very well. Okay. By the new virtual state law on virtual meetings, I need to do a roll call, please. When I call your name, please unmute yourself and say aye or present. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Here.
Councilmember Boyncey.
Here.
Councilmember Gu.
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Here.
Councilmember Ryan.
Here.
Councilmember Stegman.
Here.
The mayor is also here, and Councilmember Jess Anderson has asked to be excused for medical reasons, so we'll excuse her from the meeting tonight. Okay, actually tonight, first up, we have a proclamation honoring Dr. Kizzmekia Corbett. Did I say that right? But we're very excited, and Councilmember Boyncey is going to share with us the information about Dr. Corbett.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening to everyone. A little bit about Dr. Corbett. She grew up in Hurdle Mills. She grew up in Hillsborough and was a PhD student at UNC, where she earned her doctorate in philosophy and microbiology and in immunology in 2014. She's been a leader in the development of the Moderna RNA, the mRNA COVID vaccine, which is helping countries worldwide defeat the COVID virus. Additionally, she is an active member of the NIH Fellows Committee, an advocate of STEM education and vaccine awareness. She's also a mentor, and she engages in outreach to African-American youth and adults. Tonight, we are proud to proclaim tomorrow, Thursday, January 28th, to be Dr. Kizzmekia Corbett Day in Chapel Hill. We do so in recognition of her remarkable accomplishments in the sciences and medicine, in acknowledgement of her unprecedented research and leadership in fighting a widespread pandemic, and in honor of her compassionate dedication to the health, safety, and well-being of humanity. Earlier this month, Dr. Corbett was honored by her hometown of Hillsborough, and at that time, she urged everyone to get the vaccine. And so we want to share and echo that sentiment tonight and to celebrate her. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan, and we'll post this out on social media as well, but we're very proud of Dr. Corbett and all that she is doing as a scientist and as a role model, and that she's from our community. And her amazing work is helping create that light at the end of the tunnel. And we love her messaging, get the vaccine. So yes, thank you very much. Okay, a couple of quick announcements. The People's Academy is still taking applications for the 4-week virtual that will happen in March on Saturdays. It's a great way to learn more about the town services, to meet other members of your community, and to get involved in the town. To allow everyone to participate, translators will be available for this program. Applications are being accepted through February 19th. The information's online, or you can call the town and find out more if that's how to get enrolled in that. We love it. It's been a very successful program. And we'll have some more announcements during the COVID update. But are there any other announcements? Okay. So is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on items not on the printed agenda? We didn't have anyone sign up ahead of time for that, but is there anyone wishing to speak on an item that's not on the agenda? Okay. If someone gets in late, we can come back to that. Moves us to the amended consent agenda. How say we on the revised consent agenda?
I move the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Parker, second by Mr. Nguyen. A couple of comments. One of the items in there is our town signing on to comments to the Utilities Commission about the Duke Energy proposed plans. Just so that you know, we're working with some other towns to get them to sign on with us. It's going to be talked about at Metro Mayors this week as well, but we figure the more towns that sign on to promote more things about renewable energy, moving away from coal, and more about environmental sustainability, we're hopeful the comments will have some sway. Duke Energy's proposed 6 different plans, and they're looking for comments. The Utilities Commission is looking for comments from anyone who wishes to make them. So we're getting the towns involved, and luckily a lot of towns are very excited to help make these comments, but that's on there. All right, in keeping with the roll call system, Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Councilmember Boyncey.
Aye.
Councilmember Gu.
Aye.
Oh, okay, sorry. Councilmember Nguyen.
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan.
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman. Did you say aye? I didn't hear you. Yeah, okay, aye. And Mayor says aye as well. So thank you. That moves the consent agenda along. All right, we're gonna move on to our update on COVID, but first I wanted to share with you that I know people are feeling a bit frustrated. I'm getting phone calls and approached when I'm out shopping, and they're worried about the recent shortages here in Orange County and across the state. I will say we are very fortunate in this region to have great healthcare systems. And I was really pleased today to hear the president lay out details of the new plan, including giving states 3-week updates. And so the state will then know how many doses of the vaccine they're getting, because they're not knowing how many they're going to get. So they can't share information with the health systems and the county health directors about how many vaccines they're going to get. And they're trying to get more vaccines. So this will be a huge step forward. And last week, I actually got to visit the Friday Center, UNC's healthcare's, and they're set to go with more vaccinations. They just haven't been able to receive the dosages. So it's all set up. We've got these groups. You're hearing about some mega sites. The problem, they're twofold. People can't seem to get the appointments because we're overwhelming some of the systems for people registering. That will get resolved. We just need a little bit, and we don't have the number of doses for the number of people who are interested right away. So we just need to be a little more patient. They are coming. We are going to get people vaccinated. It's going to take time. I don't know if you saw the email from Commissioner McKee, but even here in Orange County, we have over 22,000 people 75 and older. I mean, there's a lot of folks out there that need to get vaccinated, and we want them to. So everyone's working hard to make this a reality. So I turn it over to Ms. Drayton.
All right, thank you very much. And good evening, Mayor and Council. As you know, I'm Kelly Drayton, the Emergency Manager for the town. And this brief presentation will cover a few updates from COVID-19, as well as some additional information about vaccine distribution and planning. And I'd like to start by discussing a few key pieces of legislation that have came through over the past days and weeks. So late in December, FEMA provided guidance that it will approve reimbursement for non-congregate sheltering through the duration of the COVID-19 emergency. And since the middle of last year, Orange County has covered expenses related to non-congregate sheltering of our people experiencing homelessness, including hotel rooms, food, and support services. The town has provided CARES funds to the Interfaith Council so that they could hire additional staff to support residents while in the temporary hotel location. And IFC also applied for additional funds for cold weather cots and staffing support through the Emergency Solutions Grant funding process that's coordinated by the Orange County Partnership to End Homelessness. So we will seek reimbursement for expenses that are eligible through the new federal legislation, and we'll continue to be flexible for the needs of our residents experiencing homelessness as they come up. Last week, President Biden extended the moratorium on evictions until March 31st, 2021. The extension will give Congress more time to produce a long-term solution to the potential eviction crisis. In addition, the president also asked Congress to set aside $30 billion to help Americans who are behind on rent. Also last week, the North Carolina Department of Transportation and the Department of Health and Human Services announced approximately $2.5 million in coronavirus relief funding that will be distributed to local transit agencies across the state to help pay for rides for individuals who need transportation assistance to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. And finally, just earlier today at a press conference, Governor Cooper announced that the modified stay-at-home order will be extended through February 28th, including indoor and outdoor crowd limitations, as well as restaurant curfews. The secretarial directive requiring everyone to stay home unless they're going out for essential needs also remains in effect. And the order allowing for sales of to-go mixed drinks was extended through March 31st as well in an effort to further support the local economy. The governor and Dr. Cohen also announced during the press conference that 99.8% of the state's allotment of first doses of vaccines from the federal government have been administered, and the federal government has agreed to a 16% increase in first dose vaccine shipments in the coming weeks, increasing the total for North Carolina from 120,000 first doses to about 140,000 first doses. So of course, locally, our focus has been on vaccine distribution, and we understand that there is a tremendous demand for the COVID-19 vaccine in our community, and right now not enough doses to meet that need. Partners from across the county are working together to provide a consistent and equitable vaccine process, but there are significant challenges. The unstable supply of vaccine, challenges with the COVID vaccine management system, and changing state guidance can make it difficult for providers to schedule and plan registration logistics, to improve efficiency of their vaccination sites, and to provide that clear and consistent communication to our public. But our local partners are working to meet these challenges. We know communication is a critical component of the vaccine distribution, and the county continues to update their messaging and communication strategies based on the feedback that they hear from local partners as well as from community members. The good news is that based on the data, the health department doesn't feel that the issue is necessarily reaching the community. More than 26,000 people have completed the vaccine interest form. And there's only, as the mayor mentioned, 22,000 residents in the county that are in that 65 and older group. So the health department is working within our joint information system to keep open lines of communication with community partners, including the municipalities, as well as UNC Chapel Hill, to provide timely updates about vaccine distribution efforts. For example, Monday's news release provided the latest update on vaccination supply for the health department, as well as information about where community members can go to get an appointment with other providers who may have more supply available. Until the county receives additional supply of first dose vaccinations, we will continue to serve as a portal to connect people to providers that are accepting appointments. Another important component of the health department's vaccination strategy is reaching underserved communities. Efforts are underway to strengthen the county's call center with additional staff and resources, including offering interpretation services so that people can get their questions answered in a timely fashion. In addition, the health department has regular virtual meetings with community members to update on the progress of the pandemic response. And as the supply of vaccines stabilizes, the county plans to work with these partners to host targeted vaccination distributions in those underserved communities. The county also is working with these partners to host vaccine information sessions for those communities that continue to have concerns and questions about the safety and efficacy of the COVID vaccine. One recent change that may have some positive impact is the new federal administration's strategy towards vaccine allocation. Previously, federal communication said states that did not expend their vaccine allotment would receive fewer doses in the future. The new administration has committed to an approach that does not penalize states for failing to meet vaccine allocation deadlines. In addition, this new strategy will allocate additional doses above and beyond this baseline to those states that are operating most efficiently. And likewise, the state has committed to providing more doses to all county health departments over the next several weeks. And these distributions will be based on population size rather than the amount of vaccine that is expended from week to week. These new strategies will result in a more stable supply of vaccine at the local level. The state is also exploring additional ways to increase capacity for vaccine distribution, and this includes working with local health departments to identify additional locations that could host high throughput sites, as well as providing staffing assistance directly to those local providers. And while the county serves as the lead for vaccine distribution, the town is committed to serving as a partner in this effort. Early on, staff from Public Works provided assistance with reviewing site plans and providing traffic control devices. Staff from across the town has signed up to volunteer, filling roles from registration to logistics to the call center. Our public safety staff coordinates with the county on a weekly basis to fill daily staffing needs in critical roles such as patient monitoring, security, and site management. And Chapel Hill Transit is providing access to vaccination sites through their Easy Rider program. And finally, staff from our EOC are in constant communication with the county to coordinate messaging and provide additional support as needed. We'll continue to work with our county partners to provide accurate and timely information to our community. And we know there are a lot of questions about how to register. So I wanted to take just a few moments to talk about who is eligible to receive the vaccine right now and walk through that registration process. First, it is important to mention that this is going to be a lengthy process, and we do ask for patience from our community as our health providers navigate through the distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine. If you're not currently eligible for the vaccine, your efforts to follow the 3 W's and not overwhelm the system will allow the process to work as it's intended and to get us to future phases more quickly. So currently, the vaccine is available to those in phase 1, which includes healthcare workers and long-term care staff and residents, and those in phase 2, which is any adult 65 years of age or older. The county has asked that people who are not in these phases wait to register until they are eligible. For those that are in phase 1 or phase 2, you may sign up by either filling out the vaccine interest form, which can be found at orangecountync.gov/get-your-shot, or by calling the Orange County Call Center at 919-913-8088. The call center is open 7 days a week from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. and call center staff are available to help register in Spanish and other languages. Once you have completed either the vaccine interest form or have registered by phone, you are on the wait list and you will be contacted by Orange County staff via your registration method, so either phone or email, to schedule your appointment when slots become available. The health department is asking for patience as it could be multiple weeks before you are contacted. Appointments for the second dose are now being scheduled on site. So we continue to ask for patience from our community as we work together to improve this process and scale up distribution. And finally, I do want to reiterate again the importance of the 3 W's. Even once you've received the vaccine, the 3 W's will be a vital step to get us to the finish line when everyone is vaccinated and the greatest threat of the virus is behind us. Wearing a face covering over your nose and mouth, washing your hands and your reusable face covering frequently, and waiting 6 feet apart from people who are not members of your household. Every time you practice these 3 W's, you're helping to slow the spread and maybe even save a life. Thank you very much. With that, I'd be happy to take your questions.
Okay, I just want to remind folks that we have a very packed agenda. If your question can be sent via email to Ms. Drayton, I would appreciate if council members would do that, as we have a lot on our agenda tonight. Mr. Parker, then Ms. Stegman.
Not actually a question, but folks can also try to avail themselves of vaccines through UNC Healthcare. They have a large site set up at the Friday Center, and they can get the information there by going to yourshot.org. That will connect them to UNC's registration system so that they may be able to get the shot through at UNC if they can't get it at through the Orange County Department of Public Health.
Thank you, Ms. Stegman.
I'll email Miss my questions, but I have one question, one comment. Quickly, I've heard from several folks who are due for their second shots next week and haven't heard about appointments. Should they sit tight? Are they going to get a call, or what do they need to do?
So people who are eligible for their second shot, if they have not heard, the county is typically reaching out about 2 to 3 days beforehand. So if they're inside that window, they should reach out and I can follow up and find the best contact and provide that to the council. But they are saying that they're waiting till about that 48, 72 hour mark to reach out and schedule that second dose.
Okay, great. Thank you. And just a question / comment. I think we've been seeing guidance recently, given the new strains that are coming, about double masking or N95 use, that kind of thing. Are we getting that word out to folks, and what are we recommending around that?
I'll follow up with the health department on that. I haven't heard us changing any specific recommendations related to PPE and mask wearing, but I know we are continuing, as always, to reiterate the importance of the 3 W's.
Ms. Gu?
Well, one question is I heard from the community that the high-risk population, the population with pre-existing health conditions like cardiovascular disease, diabetes, those high-risk populations, they used to be in the old priority system is in 1B together with the seniors above 65 years old. And now it seems like they have lowered down to what category 4. So what is the rationale for that? And it seems like lots of people are very concerned, especially to have family members that with those pre-existing health conditions.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I can try to speak to what we heard from the state is that the new prioritization reflects those people that they feel will be re-entering society earlier in those essential jobs, those people that are in healthcare positions that will be interacting in the community.
Well, I think a lot of the people who have pre-existing conditions, they're I mean, a lot, especially the people in the minority communities, that 40% of them have all different sorts of pre-existing conditions like diabetes, even like overweight. They all contribute to the likelihood for serious outcomes from the COVID-19, and that has a much higher mortality rate. So I think that is a question that people have been asking. It seems like, well, I cannot find any information on the Orange County website. So if the health department can provide more information on that, that would be helpful. And another is lots of questions, people are asking like how many doses are we getting and how many shots that we're given every day. I know that nationwide, there are different websites to track that number, like how many doses that have been given each day. I know that the state health department is having that information posted as well. Can Orange County post that information as well?
Yes, and Orange County will be posting their weekly numbers. I believe they started last week, and they'll be posting those on Friday each week.
So Friday each week on the Orange County Health Department website?
Yeah, okay. I'll double check that, but I know they did start reporting those numbers last week and said they would intending to continue to report those on a weekly basis. Okay.
Yeah. Well, if I can, well, I can search again. But if you can send me the link, that would be very helpful because many people are asking that questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
We had one person who signed up for this on this item, but they signed up on every item, so we weren't sure if this was the item you wanted to speak on.
And that individual, Carlisle Mills, I'm not seeing that person listed among our participants, perhaps by phone. I don't know. Is Carlisle Mills on our meeting? And if so, do you wish to speak on this item or some other item? You could raise your hand or otherwise make your presence known, but I don't see you registered, listed among our attendees.
Okay. Well, we can always come back. Yeah. All right. Ms. Drayton, thank you. The information's changing daily, as we know, and shifting, and hopefully with getting a better heads up of how many doses are coming and getting some more resources added to the registering people for appointments and reminding people of when their next appointment is. It's quite organized system at the one at both Orange County Health and Friday Center and Duke. We're blessed to have many here, but it's still a work in progress, and we want as many people to get vaccinated as possible. But it is predicted that this will be going on for a while. So just to let you know. Okay. Thank you all. We'll move on to our next item. Item number 8, the public hearing continued for conditional zoning for 1200 and 1204 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard from residential 4 and neighborhood commercial to office institutional 2 conditional zoning districts. This is a continuation of the public hearing. We will not be voting this evening. We are continuing the public hearing.
Great, thank you, Ms. Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Great. Just a second. All right, can you see that correctly?
Yes.
Excellent. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Sudol with the Chapel Hill Planning Department. I have 15 slides and it'll take about 7 minutes to present this conditional zoning application for 1200 MLK. Since the December 9th meeting, which was the last meeting that you saw this at, the applicant has held 3 community meetings, 2 of which were in person and 1 virtual, with residents of the community. I believe that the applicant will be discussing the details and the outcome of these meetings during their presentation. There's also a revised condition since the last meeting, where this is in regards to the rear loading dock. This language has been simplified at the applicant's request. So the recommendation before you tonight is to close the public hearing, receive public comment for 24 hours, and make a motion to schedule consideration of the item at the council meeting on February 24th, 2021. Just as a quick recap, this is where we are in the process. The application has been evaluated by town staff. It has been presented to the advisory boards, which have made recommendations. It has been before you several times now, and the public hearing is being continued with the option for you to schedule council action. The application was previously submitted as a special use permit, which is a quasi-judicial process subject to the 4 findings of fact. However, it was converted to a conditional zoning application, and as such, the project became legislative, which is not subject to those 4 findings of fact. The 13.9 acre site is located on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard across from the intersection with Northfield Drive. It is currently zoned residential 4 and neighborhood commercial, but the applicant is requesting a rezoning to office institutional 2 for the self-storage and mobile home park, and expanding the neighborhood commercial for the gas station. Demolition and replacement of the existing gas station is proposed, with a self-storage building to be constructed behind it. This is a site plan view of the existing conditions. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard runs north to south at the west end of the site. The green outline shows the site boundaries with a smaller parcel containing the gas station down here in the lower left-hand corner. The northern end of the site is encumbered by a substantial amount of resource conservation district, shown here in light blue. And the existing gas station canopy can be seen in orange. There are 73 dwelling units across the site, which are proposed to remain, and the developer has committed to relocating all of the units on site, many of which have already been moved. This is a close-up view of the proposed site plan, focusing in on where the gas station and the self-storage building would be. Again, you can see the property lines in green. You can see that a new parcel is being created right here in the middle for the self-storage building. And gas station, again, is shown in orange and the self-storage building in purple. During review of these plans, it was noted that the applicant proposed a bus rapid transit shelter to the south of the intersection on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, outlined in the green box. Since then, the plans for the BRT, the bus rapid transit, have been refined, identifying the area shown here in blue as the optimal location. Due to the conflict this creates with the right-in, right-out entrance, you can see here in gray, the applicant has requested some flexibility in working with town staff during the final plans phase to accommodate this stop and any associated pedestrian improvements. In this configuration as shown, NCDOT and town are not supportive of the right-in, right-out entrance and have stated a preference for right-out only. The developer, as of the last meeting, agreed to remove the right-in lane when the bus rapid transit stop is constructed. This is a view of the elevations from all 4 sides. The building envelope, which indicates the maximum height of buildings allowed under the proposed zoning districts, is shown here in green. The gas station is again highlighted in orange and the self-storage building in purple, showing that it meets the height requirements. As part of the development proposal, around 16 units are being impacted, which are market rate units considered to be affordable due to the current rental prices. The applicant created a relocation program for residents to move into new units on site, many of which were already moved. An additional 10 new units are proposed if the application is approved. Further, the applicant has committed to keeping the mobile homes on site for a period of 15 years. And the developer has also agreed to give an option for existing leaseholders to convert to annual leases within 30 days of entitlement, which is council action. A meeting was also held with the community members on November 19th, the summary of which has been included with your packet. 8 modifications to regulations are being requested, which you have seen before. These have not changed since the last meeting. The town's advisory boards have reviewed the plans and provided recommendations, 3 of which recommended approval with conditions and 2 of which recommended denial. Those recommendations are also included in your agenda packet. In response to council questions that we received over the past 48 hours, there are 3 revisions to Ordinance A that will be brought forward at the next meeting. We'll be working with the applicant on these to identify the exact language. This will include the condition regarding existing mobile homes to remain, including any additional mobile homes or replacements. putting in a stipulation for the requirement of the playground, and changing the language regarding qualified buyers being notified in other mobile home parks of vacancies to include lessees as well. So once again, the recommendation before you tonight is to close the public hearing, receive public comment for 24 hours, and make a motion to schedule consideration of the item at the February 24th council meeting. You have an opportunity for any clarifying questions right now, and the applicant is also here with the presentation. Thank you.
Could we have the applicant make the presentation, then we can combine questions when he's done?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I'm Dan Jewell again with Coulter Jewell Thames. Also with me this evening is Mr. Bill Bryan, attorney with Morningstar Law Group. I'm going to forego a PowerPoint presentation this evening. You have seen slides on many occasions on this project, so we just wanted to kind of get to the point. As Mr. Sudol said, with the goal of bringing the public hearing to a close this evening and moving forward to consideration in February, we did want to take the opportunity to update you on the activities since our meeting in December with you. We have been able to complete the removal of the dangerous trees identified in the arborist report that was commissioned last summer by Stackhouse. Based on the requests made by the residents at the meeting that Empowerment held back in November, the owner has now completed installation of additional lighting, filled the potholes, repaired the driveways where they were narrow and cars were occasionally running off the road, and stop signs are on order and will be installed once they've been fabricated and delivered. Also to reiterate, the playground will be installed once we have the permits to do so, and your action will make that possible. Mr. Bryan has prepared a draft set of declarations and covenants that will be recorded commensurate with the recording of the conditional zoning documents. We continued to hear some concern from the residents on whether the stipulations included in the conditional zoning are truly enforceable. And of course, what is most concerned to them is the commitment to keep the park open as a mobile home park for at least another 15 years. As a way to hopefully assuage some of those concerns of the residents, and possibly with you, these declarations and covenants will double down on the duration of the lease commitments and the 15-year commitment. In essence, a belt and suspenders approach for the residents' protection, and give the tenants enforcement rights, which, as we understand, the conditional zoning does not. These covenants will mirror those in Ordinance A of the conditional zoning and will ride with the property no matter who might own it for the duration of their lifespan. Additionally, as requested by the council at the December public hearing, we held a neighborhood meeting. In fact, we held 3. This ended up being an excellent suggestion, as it gave us an opportunity to bring the residents up to speed on the final configuration of the plans that you have all seen, progress on the proposed improvements that I just mentioned, and the commitments that have been made for their benefit. For more detail on these neighborhood meetings, I'd like to introduce Mr. Bryan.
Good evening. Thanks, Dan. The owner of the Tar Heel Mobile Home Park held 3 consecutive neighborhood meetings on January 5th, 6th, and 7th. The first 2 meetings were held live at the property, and the third was a Zoom meeting, a recording of which is available to be viewed. At all 3 meetings, Mr. Jewell and I spoke and then answered whatever questions were asked. Mr. Jewell presented the project, and I explained to the residents that if this rezoning proposal does not pass, the property owner intends to close the Tar Heel Mobile Home Park and redevelop the property for some other purpose, probably a multifamily apartment complex, which would be consistent with the town's future land use plans for this area. We stressed that the owner would prefer to keep the Tar Heel Mobile Home Park open, and that it has promised to operate the park for at least the next 15 years if the rezoning passes. However, we also made it clear that if this public hearing does not close tonight and this proposal does not pass on February 24th, then it will not simply be business as usual for the residents. The park will be closed and everyone will have to move. It would be irresponsible for us not to make this point clear. Finally, we encourage the residents to contact you to voice their support for this proposal. We explained how they can speak at tonight's meeting, gave them your contact information, proposed points that they could put into an email of their own to send you, and also offered them a pre-written letter they could simply sign and either send to you themselves or give to us to submit to you. We made it very clear that there was no requirement that residents sign a letter, send an email, or speak. Nobody was told they would be evicted if they did not sign a letter. To the contrary, we even told them that if they did not support this rezoning proposal, they could say that to you either live or in writing. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have about the meetings that we held in January or any other matters, and I will now turn it back over to Mr. Jewell.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. I believe what we really tried to convey with our conversation with the residents is that they have the power to influence their future by reaching out to you and letting you know how they feel about this proposal. The two most commonly asked questions at the meetings were, one, why would the council vote to turn this project down? And two, if the park closes, where else could they move in Chapel Hill? As to the first question, our response was, we don't know that anyone on the council would vote against this project, but it would be beneficial for them to hear from the residents, for you to hear from the residents, as they would from any other citizen of Chapel Hill on any other zoning matter. And as to the second question, we told them honestly, we don't know that there are any additional mobile home lots available within the Chapel Hill Carrboro School District. And we also don't know the status of other types of reasonably affordable housing that might be available to them within town. We did mention to them that Stackhouse has several parks in Alamance County that do have available lots. In summary, and for the record though, I'd like to go out with this. We are not pursuing developing and locating the 7 new mobile homes previously shown entirely in the RCD. There seemed to be enough concern about that we're just removing that from our proposal. We have implemented most of the maintenance improvements that the neighbors requested back in November. We will limit the hours of operations of the storage facilities, and as Mr. Sudol said, with even more restricted hours for the back entrance. We will give the residents of other mobile home parks in Chapel Hill the first opportunity to lease when lots in Tar Heel become available. And we think, most importantly, we are committing to keeping the park open for a minimum of 15 years with additional lease rate protections and provisions as described in Ordinance A, which will allow the neighborhood to remain intact and with legal protections for the residents that are frankly quite unprecedented for this housing sector. We're very appreciative of you, the council, for the many hours you've spent being thoughtful about this proposal, and most importantly, for the well-being and peace of mind of the residents that helped craft what is before you this evening. We feel we have a much better proposal now than when we first came to you back in October. We would respectfully again ask that you close the public hearing. Actually, the 4th public hearing that these residents have attended, and move this forward for consideration on February 24th. The residents have lived with uncertainty about their future for 2.5 years now, and we hope you will agree it's time to bring some certainty back into their lives. Thank you for your consideration. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Now ask council for clarifying questions and asking you to keep it very brief. It's a public hearing. We want to hear from our public, and you'll have an opportunity to speak after the public speaks. Clarifying questions. Mr. Parker, then Ms. Stegman.
Yeah, just 2. So the way the stipulation is written now, it says current residents can stay there for 15 years in their mobile homes or replacements. If there are vacancies and new folks move in, would they have those same protections or would they not have those protections? Because right now the stipulation only offers protections to current residents.
Yes, yes. Now that we brought some legal advice on board, it seems that it's going to be cleaner and more enforceable to just let everybody have those protections.
So let me just, to answer that question directly, what we're going to propose is a revision of that condition to be consistent with the proposed covenant that I've submitted to the town attorney, which says that the property in question cannot be used for any purpose other than a mobile home park for 15 years. So that creates a blanket, a right or a restriction, if you prefer, on the use of the property for that time period.
Okay, which then obviates my second question. So thank you.
Ms. Stegman?
I've heard reference to the covenants, but they haven't been shared with council. So I'm not exactly sure. I mean, they sound like a positive thing, but I don't know how to consider them or what the next step is with that for us to see them so we can consider them. And I wanted to clarify, you said that the covenants will give tenants enforcement rights. Could you say a little bit more about what that means?
Sure, glad to do that. The covenants, we're drafting the covenants to mirror the language of the conditions. As Dan said earlier, this was a belt and suspenders approach, which both creates a right which runs with the title to the property as well as a zoning right. Generally speaking, zoning ordinances are enforced by the town, not by individuals. The individuals make complaints to the town and then the town enforces a zoning ordinance. The covenants will give the tenants a direct right of enforcement if they should want one in court. So it's like any other restricted covenant, like the ones that you have, probably most of you have in your residential neighborhoods. If somebody, paints their house the wrong color or whatever the case may be, the neighbors can sue to enforce that and to make them to repaint the house. So those are the additional enforcement rights that will come that will be given to the tenants as a result of that. The covenants, there's going to need to be some jiggering around with the language and the conditions and the covenants to make them all consistent and to make sure that they're clear in the manner that we described to Mr. Parker in response to Mr. Parker's letter. But the concepts are all very clear. And I've been asked to work with Ms. Anderson, and I've submitted to her a couple of drafts that she's looking at, and we anticipate having those finalized and in your hands well before the meeting on the 24th.
That would be our attorney, Ms. Anderson, not our council member.
Yes, Ann Anderson, yes.
Okay. Mr. Boynton?
Yep, I've got two questions. So my first question is, can you clarify on what date does that 15-year period expire?
Well, it's 2035, or excuse me, 2036. It'll be 30 years from the date on which the rezoning is approved, which we're anticipating will be sometime in either February or March of 2021. And then it'll run for 15 years, so it'll run at 2036.
Yeah, I think that's a good clarification because this stipulation was originally written probably back in October or November when we thought that this project would be voted on by January. So as Mr. Ryan said, that'll be upon approval of the conditional zone.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, because I was getting mixed up with some of the language I saw about I guess this is maybe a different point entirely, but some language that said existing mobile or their replacements would be allowed to remain on site until January 1st, 2035.
Right, that was, first of all, it was that condition it was before my time on this project, but as I understand it, that condition was written back in 2020. And so the anticipation was that it was going to run till, or maybe written in 2019 for all I know, but the anticipation was that it was going to run from January to January, but obviously the way it's drafted, it takes effect on the date of the rezoning and it'll run for 15 years.
Okay, so I expect that we'll get a corrected version of this by the time
Yes.
it's time to vote on this. Okay.
That and the other question that was sort of embedded in the question that you asked was whether the way the condition is written, it is narrow in that it appears to create rights only in the people who are tenants there now.
Right.
We're changing that. That's problematic for a number of reasons, and I don't think it's consistent with what you guys had intended. So we're changing that so that it'll just be a blanket requirement for the owner to maintain the mobile home park for at least 15 years as a mobile home park, rather than having that particular right be something which is personal to the existing tenants. If you see the distinction. Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Gu, then Ms. Ryan. You're muted.
So I have the question is for our town staff. Well, in the slides that Michael you just presented, I see that this proposal has been rejected by both the CDC and the planning board. Can you give more information with the reasons for their rejection, and what are the major concerns that do they have for this project?
I apologize that I don't have that information immediately on hand.
We covered that in the December meeting, so that should be in our minutes from that meeting.
So yeah, there's also the recommendations that were forwarded. I don't want to speak on behalf of them, but I know that there have been concerns over the use, over the relation to the bus rapid transit. There's also been concern regarding the residents, and just among other things. And I apologize that I don't have that immediately available.
So given that you're not, you cannot recall, or you're not, that's not their concerns, that's not clearly in mind, is that safe for me to assume that their concerns have not been discussed extensively or sufficiently during the process in the negotiation with the developer?
I believe that their concerns have been, the recommendations and the concerns from the advisory board have been considered and have been discussed and are presented to you as part of this application package for you to take into consideration as well during the decision-making process.
Well, I understand that it has been presented, we discussed those issues, but I'm asking that, has the town staff spent enough, or has the town staff spent the time with the developer trying to address the concerns that raised by the CDC and the planning boards?
Yes, we have. To the extent that we can, we have worked with the developer to get the application into its best state and address as many concerns as possible.
So what are the improvements that has been proposed by the developer in order to address the concerns by these two boards?
I would defer to the developer to answer that question if Dan Jewell is available.
Thank you, Michael, and Ms. Gu, happy to answer that. Yes, the transportation boards, the planning board's concerns were first and foremost similar to the CDC's, is they felt that there really should be a different type of development at this location with the BRT. Obviously, this proposal doesn't meet that, but we think this proposal has other benefits to the community. The planning board also had some parallel recommendations to the transportation board in terms of pedestrian connectivity improvements, the driveway, things of that nature, which we did address to you back at both the November and December meetings in what we're doing to make sure that we can accommodate the bus rapid transit. The improvements we're making to the pedestrian crossings at the new driveway location at Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and things of that nature. So those are primarily the ones that we were able to accommodate for them. I can't recall what the other ones were, but we have worked to try and accommodate as many of them as we can.
So you just said that you're aware of, like, given our towns, given this project is located in the MLK corridor, which is our town's main corridor for the transit-oriented development, and for which we have committed through different funding sources and the significant resources from both the town and Orange County. The total cost for the bus rapid transit system currently is budgeted at 140 million. 140 million is the significant investment for our town and Orange County.
Can you get your question, please?
Oh, sorry. Okay, so my question is, you're aware this project is in contradiction with the direction that the town is taking for this corridor, but you think there are significant community benefits for this project. Can you illustrate or can you detail what are the community benefits that will this project bring to our town?
Not displacing 65 at-risk households. That is the benefit.
That's the status quo. Currently, they are living there. So you're saying that the benefit is you're not going to harm them. Is that what you're saying?
No, can you repeat that, please? I didn't catch that last bit.
I'm just saying that when you say community benefits, usually we are saying, let's say there is a park, there's not a park, and then you're going to bring new park, or some like benefits that added to the community. And now I'm asking you what kind of benefits you're going to bring to by this project. You're saying the benefits actually is you're not going to disperse all the 65, 73 residents. So you're saying that you're not going to disperse all of them. That is the community benefits. Is that what you're saying?
That we're not going to disperse them. Yes. I think Mr. Bryan may be able to articulate that a little more eloquently than I. Let him speak.
Ma'am, the situation as it stands now is that the property is not economically viable in its present form. So either the property is redeveloped, and we could certainly redevelop it for a multifamily project, which would be very transit oriented and very transit friendly, or we have to do something that creates an economic viability in the existing community. Because the way the situation stands now, the community cannot continue to just the way it is. It's not economically viable for it to do that. So what our client has done here is it has devised a project which has commercial elements that are attached to the existing mobile home park so that it'll create the necessary level of an economic viability for the mobile home park to continue. So it's not a question of the community. Something's going to happen one way or the other. There is no status quo being maintained. Either the park needs to be redeveloped, probably as a multifamily project, which would be consistent with your concern for transportation, to be sure, or the community that's there can be preserved. And so there's no question. And I said this during the meetings when in response to the question about why would somebody vote against this proposal. I said very directly to the people who asked that question, there's an inconsistency between the desires of the town, or at least as they've been portrayed to us right now. On the one hand, the town wants to preserve an existing mobile home park, which is a low density use near a transportation corridor. On the other hand, the town wants to build high density residential near a transportation corridor. Those two things are not consistent. The town has to make a decision and decide which of the two it wants to do. What we are proposing here, we know what we want to do. Because our client made commitments to these people when it bought the project, and it made commitments to the former owner that it was going to do everything it could to save this park. And so it has devised this proposal in order to make the park economically viable and to save it, and to continue to allow this type of affordable housing to exist in this part of the community. So the benefits of the project are that it preserves this community in its present form, and it also continues a form of affordable housing in this part of the city that otherwise will not exist.
Okay, we need to move along. Ms. Ryan?
I'll be quick. I just want to confirm what Mr. Jewell said, that you will not be asking for the additional units. So just simply the 73 that are currently on site with no encroachment into the Jordan buffer or the RCD.
That is correct. Those 7 units can be stricken from the total and they will not be placed in the RCD.
Great. My next question is that one of the stipulations requires a fence between the storage building and the residential area. It doesn't stipulate what kind of fence. Would you consider being a little more specific on that? I think since we're next to a residential area, something that's more residential appropriate, like not an industrial chain link fence that you might see in back of a normal storage area, but because you're living so close to a residential area, would you be willing to consider that stipulation?
Certainly would be willing to consider, agree to not put a chain link fence or anything industrial in. Yes, we would want it to be more friendly than that. And we certainly want to work with the residents a little bit and talk about what the proper height might be. Because there's a fine line between security and feeling like you're walled off. So, but yes, nothing industrial, if that satifies you.
Oh yeah, however we can, we'll have to figure the wording out, but I think we're agreeing on the intent there. Given that you've got a big storage area that's just right up next to a crowded residential area, it made me think about signage. I think that it was wondering if you would consider, I know we now allow crown signage in town. And I was wondering if you would consider foregoing a crown sign on this building. Now you'd still have a ground sign out by MLK. You could have a sign down at the lower level. But I'm thinking about the residents who are living there and having this big commercial presence being a little more in their face than maybe is desirable.
Yeah, that one I don't believe we can do. These storage buildings are usually associated with a brand, and those brands have requirements on signage. So we will need to put in the signage that brand has. Keep in mind, though, that this building is 280 feet off of the street. So well, I think it's going to be challenging for people to see what it is anyway. But I appreciate your comment on that and your concern. But I think at this point, we need to keep ourselves flexible for the type of signage that this brand would require.
Well, remember, we've got the only red roof in with a brown roof. So I think things can be handled. And again, if you've got the good ground signage at MLK, my guess is people don't use self-storage by driving by and seeing it and stopping in, right? You have to be able to identify where you're going, but folks will be Googling it. So I think because it's that far back from the road and right on top of the residential community, I'd really like you to consider doing that. And my last request would be, right now the CDC reviews your elevations. And I would like to see them having authority to approve the elevations. So instead of right now, they recommend changes. And I think because given the fact that we're going to have a new gas station and a big chain commercial presence right on MLK, I'd like the CDC to work with you guys to make sure that that it meets our urban design standards, that it meets our pedestrian friendly standards, that we don't just have the back end of a Sheetz and great big signage and kind of craziness going on there.
Thanks for that comment. I would like maybe a little clarification for staff. Unless conditional zoning is completely different from special use permit, historically, the CDC does have to approve the building elevations, not make recommendations.
Yeah, the language in the stipulation right now is provide a recommendation. Because I agree with you, I always thought that they had actual approval. So I don't know whether this is different or it's just worded differently, but I'd be very interested in pinning that one down.
Thank you.
Mr. Sudol, do you have a comment on that? Do you know if there's any different reason it was different than the others?
No, but we can look into that.
Judy,
there's some conflicts within the LUMO that as far as what the powers are of the commission versus what is required in the SUP or conditional zoning. So it is something we were actually talking about today. So taking Councilmember Ryan's direction on this, I mean, we're happy to put that in there.
That would be great.
Thank you. Can work towards some kind of resolution on that. That'd be great. All right. Any other clarifying questions before we hear from our public? Okay. Council members will have a chance to comment after we hear from our public. Again, I remind everyone that we want to hear from our public, but we need to be a little patient as we're working with a different interpreter system tonight. And so just bear with us, and we want to hear from folks. So Mr. Parker, can you call in the first two, please?
I surely will. Again, we had a Carlisle Mills sign up, but as far as I can tell, that person is not actually at or on this meeting. So unless he or she raises their hand, we'll presume not here. So we'll start with Nancy Oates, followed by Basilia Barreto. And as a reminder, for those who do not need interpretation, it's a 3-minute limit. For those who do need interpretation, we will extend the limit so that we can be equitable for everybody.
Thank you. Welcome. We can see and hear you. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I'm Nancy Oates, and I'm a longtime advocate for affordable housing. And I want to thank Stackhouse for your commitment to diversity. Council has as one of its goals ensuring that there is a diverse stock of housing, and that's so that it can meet the needs of different people and we can have diverse residents. And many of the Tar Heel mobile home residents are essential workers, and if they had to leave, the town would have a harder time functioning smoothly. So I want to thank you for helping council meet its goals with this. I also want to address some of the arguments that I heard at the last public hearing. An Orange County survey reported that 97% of mobile home park residents were very satisfied with their current living situation, and that living in an apartment would be their last choice. And that's not just a lifestyle decision, that is financial. They can't afford market rate rents. Not everyone is eligible for a subsidy, and even those who are have a hard time finding landlords who will accept housing vouchers. Some council members and advisory boards preferred that oops, I forgot one of my points. Some of the council members made the comment that a mobile home owner can't build equity, but neither can an apartment dweller. And although some of you would prefer that the mobile home park be replaced with high-end apartments, the difference between those apartment dwellers and the mobile home residents is that the apartment dwellers have more money. And so once again, we're being asked to, that people who are least able to afford it are being asked to make sacrifices for people who, so that people who are in a better financial position can thrive. And I know that you're good-hearted in wanting to have a different type of housing situation for mobile home residents, but that's not your decision to make. You can't prevent people from living in mobile homes. All you can do is prevent people from living in mobile homes in Chapel Hill, and you can prevent them from accessing some of the benefits that Chapel Hill has, like the good schools, the fare-free buses, the ability to live near where you work. And if the mobile home residents had to move out, that would impose significant expenses on them, moving their homes, repairing damage from the move. And those homes that can't be moved, the residents are going to be homeless, and they're going to start from scratch all over again. And I don't mean to be dramatic, but that is the hard reality. Stackhouse is not a nonprofit. It's unrealistic to think that they'd hold on to a money-losing investment when they could sell or turn it into a more profitable apartment or multifamily use situation. The opportunity that Stackhouse is presenting to you reflects Chapel Hill's values.
Thank you.
Okay, other nonprofits support it, and I would ask you to approve the Stackhouse proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Basilia Barreto, followed by Wayne Cotton.
Basilia, active su micrófono y hable pausadamente para que la intérprete pueda hablar. No le escucho, Basilia.
¿Aló?
Hello.
We can hear you.
Sí, sí. Bueno, mi mami está conmigo, ella está acá, estamos escuchando juntas. La pregunta que tenemos es que ella, pues, ahorita, ¿no? Ya tiene 69 años y bueno, no, el planteamiento de acá a 15 años, que solo si se aprueba todo esto, ella va a poder estar viviendo ahí. ¿Cuál es el plan de Steakhouse con el propósito de acá a 15 años, las facilidades que le van a dar a las personas que ya son mayores de edad en poder mover o facilidades de nuevos lotes o una mejor ubicación para el futuro de ellos?
So my question, I'm here with my mother. We're here together and listening together, and my mother is 69 years old. And my question is, if this proposal is approved, 15 years from now, what are the plans that Stackhouse has, especially in the case of elders like my mother, for them to move 15 years from now to either a new location, or will new lots be available? So what does Stackhouse plan to do 15 years from now? Thank you.
Thank you. Would you be willing to share that the questions may be answered back by the developer at the end of all the comments, not during the comments? Thank you. Mr. Parker, you called?
Are we ready to move? Can we move? Are we ready to move on to the next person?
Yeah.
Okay. Wayne Cotton, followed by Fernando Campos. Do we have Mr. Cotton, Amy?
I do not.
I don't see him either.
On my list, and I'm waiting to see if the interpreter has him on the panel. But it looks like there is no response from that side.
Okay, then let's move on. You can always come back if need be. Fernando Campos, followed by Reynaldo Alvarez.
Hablar, por favor. Fernando Campos. No te escuchamos. Fernando Campos, ¿es su momento para hablar? Espere un momentito.
Yeah, we can go to the next and
Espere un momentito. Can you just wait a minute? Fernando Campos, are you there? Fernando Campos, are you there? The interpreter does not hear him. She's requesting that the other interpreter check. And the other interpreter says that he does not think that Fernando Campos is there either.
Okay. Then we shall move on
Entonces
to
parece que Fernando Campos no está presente. Now we're waiting for Fernando Alvarez.
Reynaldo Alvarez.
Reynaldo Alvarez, excuse me.
Followed by Rafael Colin Gonzalez.
Entonces, ahorita le toca a Reynaldo Alvarez, seguido por Rafael Colin Gonzalez. So Reynaldo Alvarez, followed by Rafael Colin Gonzalez.
Mr. Parker, do you want to ask for some other names?
Yeah, I'm going to. I'm just checking to see if they're on the attendee list.
The interpreters are, we still have not found anybody whose name was called.
Okay, then we'll keep on going. Belinda Hooker, followed by Trinidad Cervantes. And again, I did
Moving
not
both
see.
of those into the panelist.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello,
Can you hear-
welcome. We can hear
Hi.
you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Belinda Hooker. How you doing this evening? And I've been living here for over 20 years. And I've always thought that I was going to be able to live out my life here. So please let us stay here. You know, all us get along together. We watch out for each other. My kids get along here. And I'm a single parent and I can't financially live anywhere else. That I've been trying for, you know, but I like it here. It's nice and quiet. It's convenient. It's, you know, it's close to my job. And I hope y'all consider the fact that we half of us probably couldn't even afford to move I can't even afford to move my trailer, let alone sometimes I can't even hardly crank up my car, let alone move my trailer. So I beg you all to please consider allowing us to live here at least for the 15 years. And I thank you all for considering us and just please help us because hallelujah. Just thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming out to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The interpreter would like to ask the council to give us a moment. There was a gentleman who was trying to say something in Spanish on the line, and we need a second to check with him directly, if that's all right.
Yes.
Kevin, could you talk to him? For the council, we have Rafael Colin Gonzalez on the line, and he will speak if that's all right with you.
That'd be terrific. Thank you.
Okay. Adelante, señor Colin.
I agree with the project. I like it here and I don't want to move. This is an area where my child can go to school. We work here. It would be damaging to us to have to move. So I agree with the project and I don't think it would affect people. So please leave us here for the 15 years that have been outlined in the project. Thank you.
Please tell him thank you as well.
Yes, thank you. Okay, is that all that Mr. Colin Gonzalez has to say to us? You're on mute.
Yeah, he's talking now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So next is Trinidad Cervantes, followed by Julio Zelaya.
Mr. Parker, we have two people who've raised their hands.
Okay, we'll get to, we do. Yes, we do.
I believe that there is a response on the language line.
Yeah, and they were already signed up on the list as well.
Okay, good.
So I guess we should move on. We don't have either Trinidad Cervantes or Julio Zelaya.
Julio Zelaya está presente con nosotros. We appear not to have either of them.
Okay, then we'll move along. Melissa Ginsburg, followed by Burke Lemos.
I believe that Trinidad Cervantes said something though, didn't he? Señor Trinidad Cervantes está presente?
If they do contact you, please know that you can let us know and we'll welcome their comments then.
He is here after all. Trinidad Cervantes is just coming onto the line.
Okay, good.
Okay, ahora sí, adelante. Trinidad Cervantes. Señor Cervantes, adelante, por favor.
La verdad, aquí tenemos todo nuestro trabajo, tenemos aquí 17 años viviendo. ¿Puede hablar solo el señora Cervantes? Nosotros ya tenemos 18 años aquí viviendo, nuestros hijos van a la escuela. Yo pienso que si nos vamos de aquí, nuestros hijos van a sufrir mucho psicológicamente porque para volver a empezar en otro lado, para que hagan amigos, para que salgan, para nosotros va a ser muy, muy difícil. Andar buscando trabajo o para andar manejando de allá hasta acá, vamos a tener que cambiar todo nuestro sistema de diario de vida, digamos. Más que nada lo hacemos por los hijos. Los hijos tienen muchos amigos, sus maestros, la escuela, todo. Yo pienso que va a ser muy difícil. Por favor, pónganse de nuestros zapatos. Por favor, aprueben el proyecto. Por favor, les pido. Consideren y vean lo que está ocurriendo. Gracias.
Gracias. I agree with the project. We've lived here for 7 years and we have school for our kids here. And if we have to move, our kids will suffer psychologically. They'll have to make new friends. They'll have a different environment. We'll have to look for work. We'll have a long drive that we'll have to undertake. Everything would change, but this is in particular for our kids because they would have to, again, have new friends, new teachers, a new school. So I'm asking you to please put yourselves in our shoes and approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that was Trinidad Cervantes. Has anybody heard from Julio Zelaya?
Miss Ginsburg is here present. Maybe she,
Yeah.
while they're looking.
Okay, so why don't we have Melissa Ginsburg followed by Burke Lemos. Ms. Ginsburg?
Hi. So do I need to start my video?
You're fine. You can share. We can hear
That's
you.
your choice.
Okay, thanks. So my daughter and I have lived here for the past 3 years. We have seen how tightly knit this community is. I see families helping families all the time. I see neighbors helping neighbors all the time. There's a huge feeling of home here. Most of the residents here have lived here for the last 15 to 20 years. They've raised their kids here and now their grandkids are here. And, you know, before COVID, there were communal birthday parties and dinners and holiday celebrations. I mean, this is a family-based community. And, you know, several people have already said this is going to be detrimental to their kids. Well, you know, I've got an 11-year-old too, and it's not going to be any easier on her if we have to move. There's no way, I mean, we could even afford to move the house. if we could afford to live in a different environment, we would, but we can't. So we live here, and it's quiet here, and it's nice here. And your vote affects every single family that's here. So yes, right now it's 15 years. Please give us these 15 years. Please. I work here, I teach here. My daughter goes to school here. We relocated here from New York. We've never had a permanent residence outside of New York, and we picked Chapel Hill, and we love it here. So please think about all of us and vote yes. And we approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Burke Lemos, followed by Enrique Ruiz. And I do not see
Next
Burke.
three may be on the interpreting line.
He is not responding on the interpreting line either.
Okay, then can we move on to Enrique Ruiz, followed by Olivia Velasquez Mancera?
Enrique Ruiz is not responding either.
Okay, and Olivia Velasquez Mancera?
Olivia Velasquez is present. She's going to speak.
Okay, great, thank you.
I agree with the project for the reasons that have already been mentioned. It's a very nice place to live. It's quiet. And so I just like to express my agreement with the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. After that, we have Nathalie Grijalva, followed by Heather Brutz. And Nathalie was one of the folks who raised her hand.
Nathalie Grijalva is here.
Hi, yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hear you.
Okay, hi. Yeah, my name is Natalie Grijalva. I live in the lot 336. I just wanted to say that I know one of the persons that was talking, I think it was the lawyer, he said that all the trees were cut that needed to be cut, and they had fixed a bunch of things in the park. I just wanted to clarify that only about 3 trees were trimmed and cut. I don't know if that was their plan, or because they told my dad that they were gonna cut a tree right beside her house that was dangerous, and nothing has been done about that. And they said that they were finished with the trees. If you call that fixing the mobile home park, I need an explanation. I don't know what's going on. If they're gonna put stop signs, they put lights. They said they put some lights around the park that barely give light in the park, and they're making all these promises. They have said that in the meetings, they didn't want people to say what was wrong with the park. They just needed them to say in this meeting that they agreed with this, and that with with the project and stuff. And that's what people have been doing. What I've heard from everybody right now is, please approve this project, please approve this project. I'm not against the project. I'm against what they're doing. They're not fixing the park first and then worrying about their project. They're just leaving us behind. Do you think they're gonna do something after the project is fixed? They're gonna keep cutting the trees, they're gonna keep fixing the park? No. It's like with the mobile homes that they're selling to some people, they have to pay it monthly. And what if they kick us out? What's gonna be happening with them? You know, like, it's all a bunch of things that you need to think about, and people are just agreeing. I agree, please approve this project. It's because they're scared, because the people have said, if you don't say, oh, you agree with it, we're gonna kick you out, basically. That sounds like a threat to me. I feel threatened by that. I honestly like don't know what to think anymore. I try to help all the people around here, but it's not, just people are scared. Like I've said from day one, they're scared and they're not gonna say anything because they're gonna get kicked out. But the only thing I have to say to the owners and stuff, like, worry about the park first and then do whatever you want with your project. That's all I have to say. And please let us know what fixes you have done to the park, because I don't see much of them. I don't see a difference in the park that much. So please let us know which are the fixes that you have done and what you're trying to do, because I don't see a difference, honestly. And you probably the town council can come around the park and see that there's no difference. I'm not just saying this out of nowhere. Like I've said before, I have pictures, I have everything to show that there's no difference. So thank you. And for the rest of the people, please say what you really feel, not what they're trying to make you say. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Heather Brutz, followed by Dolores Bailey.
Hello, everyone. This is Heather Brutz. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Housing Committee for the Chapel Hill Carrboro NAACP. And the statement I'm about to read was written by the Housing Committee and approved by the Executive Committee of the Chapel Hill Carrboro NAACP. The Chapel Hill Can you hear me?
Yes, sorry, I had to mute somebody. Go ahead.
The Chapel Hill Carrboro NAACP is writing to urge you to approve the rezoning request for the property at 1200 Martin Luther King Boulevard. There are currently 73 families living in the Tar Heel mobile home at that property, and the owners have been working to ensure that current residents can remain on the property during and after the proposed redevelopment. If the rezoning is rejected, it is likely that the owners will sell the property and those 73 families will be displaced. Many of these families have children who attend the Chapel Hill Carrboro School District whose education would be disrupted if they were forced to move outside the district. The highest priority of the council should be the well-being of the families that live in the Tar Heel Mobile Home Park. Members of our Housing Committee have been in communication with the residents of Tar Heel Mobile Homes, and the residents have expressed a desire to remain in their homes and fear that if the rezoning is not approved, that they will be forced to move. We recommend approving the rezoning to allow the construction of storage units in part of the property, while also working to get legally binding agreements from the owners that will protect the current residents. We also expect that the town will continue to work with residents to ensure that their needs are being met. This situation also highlights the need for the town to continue to develop its strategic plan for how to help people displaced from mobile home parks. We are encouraged at the creation of a high-level plan outlining several options for helping mobile home residents. It is now time to delve into the details of making those high-level strategies a concrete reality. Chapel Hill should live up to its espoused values by working to ensure that the town is a welcoming place for people of all racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic backgrounds. A major part of that is ensuring that people of all backgrounds are able to live here. We urge the following three-pronged approach. 1, approve the rezoning of 1200 MLK Boulevard and continue to work with the landowner on their plans that include keeping the residents on the property. 2, work with the residents of Tar Heel Mobile Homes and other mobile home parks in Chapel Hill to ensure that their needs are met. And 3, continue to flesh out the strategic plan for helping mobile home residents who are in danger of displacement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Dolores Bailey is next, and I do not believe we have anybody else at this time. And you are on mute, Ms. Bailey.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Town Council members, Mr. Town Manager. My name is Dolores Bailey. I am the Executive Director of Empowerment Incorporated. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight on this issue. As you know, I have been involved with the Tar Heel Mobile Home Park for more than 2 years. I have met with the residents, I've met with the owners, I've met with the developers. I believe in affordable housing. I believe the town of Chapel Hill believes in affordable housing and its commitment to that. This project is not good. It's not the best. The Chapel Hill residents that live on this property in this mobile home park call it their community. Mobile home parks are an immediate issue for all of us in Chapel Hill, Carrboro, and Orange County, but so is a stable home. I'm asking the council to vote yes on this rezoning application. I would ask that you not consider this a kicking the can down the road solution, but allow staff and nonprofits and caring neighbors to work on a solution. In the work session, the staff talked about 3 years and producing possibly 300 homes. I offer that we use these 3 years to prepare the residents of the mobile home parks by sending them to affordable housing homebuyer classes, preparing them for home ownership. It would also allow time for some of the current residents to obtain the necessary paperwork to be homeowners. To deny this project and allow this community to become collateral damage is unacceptable. I'm asking the council to approve this project, consider the comments that have been made, but do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anyone wishing to speak or people who signed up to speak that now wish to speak, if you want to communicate that to us, we'd appreciate it, or to the interpreters. I'll bring it back to council comments in just a second, but we can always, if there was someone signed up who didn't get the opportunity, we can interject them as well. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to council comments then, please.
No, the interpreters do not hear from anyone else who's on the list.
Okay. Mr. Boyncey, followed by Ms. Gu.
Yep, I appreciate all of the residents who have come out to speak. Your voices matter and your needs matter, and I'm certainly committed to being responsive to that. I want to comment on something that I've heard at the top of the presentation, but there's been a representation made that the town alone is responsible for the fate of the residents at Tar Heel Mobile. And as a town, we do bear responsibility because ultimately we have to take a vote on whether to approve the rezoning. And ultimately, we have to create a comprehensive strategy, as others have said, so that going forward, our residents who are vulnerable have viable, great choices for housing and to remain a part of the fabric of our community. That strategy has to involve town dollars. It has to involve town resources. It's got to involve our partners, nonprofits and otherwise. And as I've said before, we need to act with all possible speed because of the uncertainty around some of the other properties in the area. But make no mistake, there are no unclean hands here. The applicant also bears some responsibility with its application. And something that's bothering me is, as well, is that there have been multiple people who have now told us that residents are being intimidated, and that bothers me. There should be, and there is no room for intimidation of our residents, no matter where they live in Chapel Hill, particularly some of our most vulnerable residents. So we really need to follow up on this because residents here deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. and to live up to our promise. I mean, after this vote on the 24th, I don't want us to, as a town, disengage with the residents. We still have to engage with them. We still have to be vigilant in terms of, getting what their experiences are, what their needs are, and being responsive to that. So, with all that said, I mean, this is a tough choice, and I know we're not voting tonight, but I want to keep these residents here in Chapel Hill, and that's what I'm committed to doing.
Thank you, Ms. Gu, then Mr. Nguyen.
Well, there are many things that needs to be said for this project. So I'm trying to decide which component to go first, but I think I will first make comments to the developer. I think that it is unfortunate, and I'm really disappointed that a lot of the presentations and also the materials that have been shared with me with the residents on this project, I think many of them are inaccurate. I'm disappointed with this misinformation that you have been distributed to the community, and especially to the vulnerable residents in the mobile home in that community. I think that it is unconscious for you to, with this strategy of using, probably that's a strong word, using those vulnerable residents to exert pressure to the town council to approve a project that you know that is not benefit for the town of Chapel Hill, and it's not good for the residents of that community. Well, for you to issue those threatening message to the residents and telling them that they're going to all be kicked out if the council does not approve this project, I think that is not acceptable. And also for your information to say that this lot, if you do not develop those projects, it's not viable to you economically, that's clearly not true. There are multiple research papers and show that the big investors actually are buying up the mobile home properties. So it's not financially viable. It's you just want to go for the maximum profit. Okay, I will stop there for the developers and for the residents. Well, I just want to say that all our hearts of the council and the town of Chapel Hill, our hearts are with you. I know that it's a very challenging situation. This is your home, your community. You have been living here for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and you have kids going to schools, you have friends and other supports over there. Moving is always hard, and it's particularly hard for you. And it's just unimaginable for ask you to move at this time when the pandemic is raging. So I'm with you. I understand how hard it is, but I want to make sure you understand that whatever the decision that the town council is going to make, we do have your best interest in our heart. And we do want to offer you a community, a housing situation that is safe and that is stable in the long run. I think the situation that you're in now is not stable and it's not safe, well, especially given this large storage facility and this expanded gas station is being built. The arrangement of the ride in and the ride out, all those like traffic arrangement, it's not safe for you. We had a discussion, and there are discussion at the transportation and the connectivity board, the discussion at the planning board. It is not a safe situation for the residents. It's unfortunate that the conversation about this project is not about, so far, hasn't been enough about how this unsafe project is going to impact the residents. Instead, it's all about if the council does not approve this project, then the residents are going to be kicked out. that is wrong. And I think that we shouldn't be going down that route. And then finally, I want to make the comments to our town. I think that we understand, and I clearly remember that 3 years ago when I was sitting in the first public hearing, there is this item, the agenda item is the Lakeview mobile home park. I understand that how tough that situation is, and I'm sure that everyone of our town understands the situation. And last time we looked at it, the town committed 6% of our town's budget, which means that's almost more than $6 million every year committed to our affordable housing. But for some reason that 3 years has already passed, that we are not seeing significant movement with regard to how we are going to manage that mobile home situation. I think it's unfortunate. Apparently, the current vehicles that we have been using, using the federal dollars and these things, probably is not sufficient. There needs to be other.
For us, please.
Okay, so we need to have like many people have commented on, we need a long-term affordable housing strategy. And I want to add that we need to prioritize the residents who are currently living in our community. It's not about the number of units we have added. It's about how many people that we actually saved and provide safe, stable housing situations for them. For us, that at this like 3 years after that, and I think probably we can trace back much longer, even before I served on this council, that we haven't got a solution for those residents, that the most vulnerable residents for their housing situation, I think is not acceptable. And then I want to finally, this last word, is there are solutions that people around the country are trying to come up with. And there are communities that they have worked out the resident-owned, manufactured housing.
Thank you.
Strategy. I think we should pursue that. I think that's the only way. And I believe the transit-oriented development that we're trying to build along the MLK transit corridor is one step trying to find this long-term, stable, safe situations for our most vulnerable residents.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Stegman and Mr. Nguyen, sorry.
Okay. Sorry, now I'm all disoriented. First, I want to just lift up Mr. Boincy's comments. I really appreciate and echo his concerns about just how this whole situation has been unfolding. It's really unfortunate. That being said, I think just to say briefly that council has to make really hard decisions sometimes, and this is one of them. Our strategies and priorities are in conflict, you know, it's a test, I think, of our priorities. And I think, you know, we've heard over the last several months stories about this community, about the closeness, about how long the generations of families that have lived there, how they rely on each other. And there's a community we talk about in our land use and our flume and our strategies, neighborhood protection, vibrant communities. And there's a great example of a vibrant community and a neighborhood that it is, in my mind, our responsibility to protect. Across the street from this neighborhood, just last year when we were working on the flume, a neighborhood came to us and asked us to make an exception to our strategy. Our vision for MLK is transit-oriented dense development. And we made an exception for that neighborhood because they didn't want townhomes in their neighborhood. So he said, okay, you get to opt out of our strategy. Right or wrong, that was the decision we made. And now, right, you know, on the other side of the street, we have a community truly under threat and in need of an exception to our strategy. So I think that's what we have to prioritize. I hope that we can continue and that staff and the applicant will continue to work to make this better, to make the protections for the neighborhood as strong and legally binding as possible, that we can get agreements in place for the improvements they've committed to make. I don't know that it can be part of the agreement, but I hope, we can have on whatever work plans staff have with inspections, that we will make sure we are inspecting the park regularly, annually, whatever, I don't know exactly how that works, but to make sure that the agreements are being kept. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Nguyen, followed by Mr. Parker.
Thank you. I definitely want to echo what Councilmember Buensi said. Thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. We do really appreciate you being here and making your voices heard. This plan, I think we can all agree, is not what the town thinks is best on this property, but as I think Councilmember Parker has said multiple times before, the only reason that we are considering this are those 70 families on those lots. And I fully intend to do everything in my power to keep that community intact and those families there. We've heard from staff, I think there was some concern that this would hurt our BRT investment. We've heard from staff that would have negligible to none impact on our ability to get funding for our BRT system. And the other thing, adding on to what Councilmember Stegman said, was these promises that the applicant is making. I think, based on the staff answers to our questions, we have the authority to continually monitor that public health and safety is being kept at standard in this place. And I hope that we will figure out a way to continue to do that, to make sure that all of the various improvements, from the lighting to the street improvements, etc., are actually done in a way that is done to a standard that the applicant is promising. And I hope, I look forward to seeing these covenants. And I think the other piece of that, based on what Mr. Bryan told us, with each of the residents having their own ability to seek legal action, if those covenants are broken, I think the town should play a role in making sure that all of the residents understand they have that ability and to support them in that. I think it is unwise to assume that everyone knows how to undertake such a process or can even afford to undertake such a process. And so I hope that our town can support them in that. And then lastly, as I think we have all said, this situation is just another example of how behind the ball we are around dealing with mobile home parks in Orange County. And what I'm hearing from my colleagues, and I want to raise it up as well, is we definitely need to put some serious resources behind coming up with a strategy and a plan to help these residents. And we're going into budget season, and I know we have a budget session in a week or two, so I definitely want us to keep that top of mind as we go into those discussions.
Thank you. Mr. Parker.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I agree, with much of what, what Council Members Buensi and Nguyen and Stegman have said, so I try not to repeat it. I am distressed by the attitude that the developer has taken in really trying to use the residents and their futures in their lives as sort of a weapon or as a tool to get their project approved. I mean, I think it should stand on its own merits and not play with people's lives, but we are where we are. But I appreciate the applicant looking to make covenants and make this binding, through a recordation process. That's helpful, and certainly giving individual or the residents collectively an ability to enforce their rights is also very helpful. Of course, the council hasn't seen those covenants yet, so I don't want to be too enthusiastic until after I've had a chance to look at them. The one thing that continues to concern me, sounds like a bit of a detail, but I think it could be important, is the look back on rents. Right now, what the applicant is proposing is every 4 years to look back at rents against the market survey, and then they have to operate within a 15% corridor. If residents are being overcharged, and residents in many cases have nowhere to go, so they're really a captive audience, it's one thing to say, we're gonna, well, we have to keep within the market, but certainly for residents who want to stay within Chapel Hill, they have few options. And over 4 years, you can charge a lot of excess rent and then have to bring it back only at the end of 4 years. That could be a real financial hardship on residents. And even the 15% corridor, which sounds relatively benign, but when you look at the fact that, let's say the average monthly rent there is $500, 15% of that is $75 a month, which is real money to those folks. So I would definitely still like to see at most a 2-year look back and really think about reducing that 15% to a more reasonable number. I just am very concerned that it's not nearly as protective of the residents and their residents' finances as I think it needs to be. We are dealing with folks who, don't have a lot of money, and I think we need to do a better job there. I recognize, the state makes that very difficult, but nonetheless, I think that's really important. And other than that, I think that, again, sometimes we have a grand strategy to make this transit-oriented development corridor, but as Ms. Stegman said, sometimes you have to make exceptions, and I think this is one of those cases. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ryan.
I also would like to thank Alan for his opening. I think that was a good way to start this discussion. I'm bothered by allegations that residents are being intimidated. I'm bothered by the applicant not living up to his commitment to the Moody family, who I understand sold him this property at a decent rate in return for him taking care of these residents. And I'm distressed by him using threats of eviction to get his project approved. So whatever happens with this application, I think that one of the big lessons that others have mentioned is that the town does have a responsibility to quickly develop a better strategy for displaced residents, and not only mobile home park residents, but like as we saw with the park apartments, for any folks who don't have the resources if they lose their housing to easily replace it. So I think we have to think big about that. And I really don't want us 2 or 3 years from now to be sitting in the same place facing these same issues. So I think that we have a responsibility there. And in terms of what Mr. Parker just said about the rent analysis, I agree with that. I think allowing the potential for very high rents for a few years and then getting knocked back, that has real implications on folks and whether they'll be able to stay here. So I think a 15% ceiling, that means that it's okay for him to charge 14% over market rate. I think that's way too high. And I think there needs to be some other provision that keeps renting increases reasonable over that time period. So I think we need to sharpen a pencil and look hard at that before it's something I'd even consider. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. I'm not going to repeat. I agree with a lot of the comments this evening, and I appreciate you speaking with candor about this. This is a hard decision for council because we care about people. And I didn't like the term collateral damage, but none of our residents or people are collateral damage, and we don't want to push them out of our community. That's not a goal. So while I understand we make grand plans and we have a flume and we want transit-oriented development, all those things, at the end of the day, I'm proud of this community because we care about people and families. So we're trying to do everything in our power to work with this applicant to make sure that people are taken care of. And I want us to continue down that path. I think the applicants heard quite a few comments from us and from the residents to continue working. I particularly was pleased with Ms. Bailey's comments about working with residents to become owner ready so that they can at least explore those opportunities. And we have places and in place for people to explore. And I want us to continue to work because the reality is mobile home parks across the country are disappearing because of differences in land use planning and in just learning more about all that. People want to live in a sustainable community. It's more efficient and effective. So I think staff's heard from us too about wanting to have that strategy, to really have a strategy in place. I want to know if the applicant has any responses at this point, or we can move forward with closing the public hearing.
Close the public hearing. All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for your comments. I think we've gone over these many times before, and at this point, we think we have delivered a good package to the residents for their protection. And with that, again, we appreciate the input, but we would request that you close the hearing tonight and bring this to a vote in February. Thank you.
Council members?
I move we close.
I'll move we close the public hearing.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Nguyen and second by Mr. Parker that we close the public hearing. Any comments that haven't been shared already? All right, a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Councilmember Boincy.
Aye.
Councilmember Gu.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan.
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman.
Aye.
Mayor votes aye. Motion passes 6-1, I guess. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Okay. We have closed the public hearing. This item will come back on February 24th for an official vote. There is still time to leave public comments online or phone them in on this item. After that, the public hearing is closed and we will only have council discussion at the February 24th meeting or any answers from the applicant, so that can be out there. I want to thank our Spanish interpreters for working with us and helping make sure that we are communicating with folks. And I want to say thank you to Empowerment for their help in this and hope continued help and discussions. And I want to make sure that the staff heard that we'd like them to continue to have discussions and work towards finalizing some of these points that we brought up and finding out what those answers are. So we appreciate that. Thank you, everyone. That will be the end of our Spanish interpretation for this evening, but we welcome everyone to stay as we move on to our other items. Our next item is a public forum on considering amending the 2020-2021 Community Development Block Grant Program Plan. And we have Nate Broman folks to help us with that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Nate Broman Folks, the Affordable Housing Manager. I am sharing my screen. Tonight we have a public forum on a proposed amendment to this year's CDBG, or Community Development Block Grant Program Plan. And I will be joined tonight by Megan Culp, the town's new Community Development Programs Manager, and I'm looking forward to introducing you to her in just a moment. What we're asking you to do tonight is to receive public comment on the proposed amendment, to close the public forum, and then consider taking action to amend the program plan. In just a moment, Megan will provide a general overview of what the CDBG federal program is, and then I'll walk you through what we're proposing for the amendment to our plan. And with that, I have the pleasure of introducing you to Megan Culp, the town's new Community Development Programs Manager. She's been with us for a couple of months now. She's coming to us with a great career in affordable housing and experience in affordable housing preservation, notably with Hurricane Katrina recovery work, as well as construction management and management of CDBG programs, mainly through her work with Habitat for Humanity in Baton Rouge, and then most recently in Wake County. So we're really excited to have Megan on board. And with that, I'll turn it over to her.
Welcome, Megan. We're glad to have you on board.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here. And I hope you have patience with me on my first time before you. But I'm excited to kind of give you a general overview reminder of what CDBG is. So the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development created the CDBG program in 1974, and Chapel Hill has been receiving funds since 1975. The goals of the CDBG program are to provide decent, affordable housing, to create suitable living environments, and to expand economic opportunity. And Chapel Hill is an entitlement community of CDBG, which means that we receive funds directly from HUD. We don't have to go through any other jurisdictions. And so we receive an annual award. And we're also eligible to receive awards in situations like this year for coronavirus specific funding. So all projects that are approved to be funded through CDBG have to meet at least one of 3 national objectives. The first one, and the one that we use the most often here locally, is that the project must benefit low to moderate income households. So moderate income, the cap is 80% area median income. So in our area, for a family of 4, that would mean earning no more than $72,700 a year. The second national objective that a project can meet is that it could aid in the prevention or elimination of slum or blight. An example of that would be code enforcement or acquiring and clearing blighted property, dilapidated building. The third, and one that actually doesn't usually come up, is to meet an urgent need. A lot of times that is a natural disaster, but we've seen a lot of that this year. Excuse me. So some examples of some eligible activities that the town has used CDBG funds for in years prior is acquisition of a property. It could be low-income homebuyer assistance. It could be rehabilitation of housing, either for affordable rental or for low-income homeowners, work on public facilities, and then some public services. So some examples of those projects that have been funded through CDBG before are things like our summer youth employment program and the homelessness case management that we support the IFC to do. So this year has been a unique year, and HUD released additional guidance to allow communities that receive CDBG funds to be more flexible in how they handle their funds, to be more responsive to the needs of the community. And so the guidance that we've received allowed us to remove the public service limit on funds from last year, funds for this year, and those additional funds that are received for COVID-19 specific activities. The cap is typically 15%. The amended plan that we have sent to you tonight for your review will have a higher amount of public services over that 15% cap. We also are allowed to use virtual meetings like this one instead of being in person for safety. And then they also reduced the required public notice requirement. So typically it's 30 days. They were allowed to do 5 days. In this case, we did have it posted for 14 days as soon as the plan was ready for review. And we also are aware that there are a lot of additional challenges currently with COVID-19. So we created an engagement plan that would allow us to utilize a variety of communication and engagement strategies available to us that still allow the public to engage but remain safe. So we sought input while we were developing the plan from direct service providers in one-on-one and group settings. Then in addition to what we normally do with things like posting in the newspaper and online, we also shared on social media, included the information in the town's e-news and housing and community newsletter. And we got feedback from coalitions that the town staff are actively engaged on. So we use that input and feedback to help develop the program and the recommendations that we're sending you tonight. And I'll hand it back to Nate to let him go over what that amended plan might look like.
Thank you, Megan. So we're fortunate to be presenting this plan to you, which will support several important programs that are addressing immediate community needs through related to COVID-19. And as Megan mentioned, this is an unusual year for everyone, and that includes with CDBG. So this is a larger program than normal. Typically, we receive about $350,000 to $400,000 per year in CDBG funds. This year, due to the additional funding from the federal government, this plan would allocate almost $1 million. And so with this amended plan, we're proposing to allocate the use of $290,000 of new CDBG CV, which stands for COVID funds, for programs related to COVID-19 response efforts, and then also reallocate about $235,000 in our existing plan for immediate COVID-19 related community needs. One other additional aspect of this amendment is it acknowledges a reduced award of $64 of our standard CDBG annual funding, which occurred due to a HUD miscalculation in our formula. So there are 4 programs that we are adding to this plan. While they're new to our CDBG plan, most of these programs have been funded by the town this year through other sources, mainly through CARES funding. The first new program activity is the Refugee Community Partnerships Neighborhood Support Circles, which provides remote learning support and childcare for low-income school-age children. And they offer this in several languages, including Spanish, Burmese, Karen, Chin, Swahili, English, and others. And not only will this funding allow the support circles to continue through the school year, it will increase the number of support circles from 12 to 14. So the second new activity is the remote learning scholarships. And this is would provide childcare subsidies for low-income students to attend remote learning centers for free and provide structured online learning support and age-appropriate academic enrichment. The third new program activity in the plan is the town's weekly food bank, and funding would go towards the site coordinator staff position as well as supplies for the weekly operation of the food bank, which includes gift cards for when food boxes are exhausted. The last new addition to the plan is community outreach and education. Much of this funding we're proposing to go towards the El Centro Latino Outreach Program, which provides community health workers hired from the community to provide education and outreach around COVID-19 and vaccination efforts. Also provides needed items like food and masks, and helps eliminate barriers to accessing these resources through translation, translating forms, and handling referrals to programs like the Emergency Housing Assistance Program. It also, the plan also includes a little over $12,000 in funding for town or a future partner to be used for additional COVID-19 outreach and education on vaccination efforts, especially to underserved residents. So in addition to the new programs, we're also proposing adjustments to 3 current programs or activities. The first is increasing funding for emergency housing assistance. This provides temporary housing assistance for rent and utility payments. We've seen through the pandemic that this has been a huge need, really an increased need in the community. And with this additional CDBG allocation, along with previous allocations from local funding and CARES funding, this would put the town's contribution towards emergency housing assistance at over $1.25 million. We're also proposing a reduced award for the Summer Youth Employment Program. Due to COVID-19, we were unable to offer this program this past summer. We are planning to offer the program, hoping to this summer, but for a reduced number of positions to ensure safety and social distancing in the workplace. The last adjustment is for neighborhood revitalization, which we are proposing to reallocate the full award. The town has not identified any projects, either through requests or internal identification for any additional revitalization projects, but If a project does come up, we have about $200,000 in previous year CDBG funds that could be used to support those projects, as well as our typical local funds like the Affordable Housing Fund. So this slide shows you a table providing an overview of the changes that I just outlined. As a reminder, this table is in your packet if you would like to look at it in more detail, but it does show the decrease in funding for summer youth employment and neighborhood revitalization, as well as the new funding for community outreach, neighborhood support circles, remote learning scholarships, the food bank, and the increased funding for emergency housing assistance. So next steps, if the plan is approved, we would revise the annual action plan and the consolidated plan and submit that to HUD. Funding would be available immediately to support these programs. And so again, our recommendation is to open the public forum and to receive comments and close the public forum, adopt resolution R5 approving the program plan, and then enact 2 budget ordinances, 05 and 06, to recognize these funds in our budget. And with that, we are happy to answer any questions.
I believe the mayor stepped away for a moment. So with that, first we will take clarifying questions. Ms. Stegman.
Thanks for that presentation and welcome, Megan. You did great on your first time. It's amazing. 1.25 million for housing support is amazing. So great job there. But my question is around 2 things related to the education. It's great that we're able to provide some more support for the learning centers. Do we have a sense of the need? Like, is that going to kind of meet the community need, or is there a need beyond what we can do for more of those learning circles or neighborhood support circles?
Yeah, I might ask Sarah, who has been working closely on the support circles, if you have information on that one, Sarah.
So the question was around the need, and I know RCP is on the call too, so they may want to speak to this, but I think the program currently is really small scale. So this would allow us to expand the program to support 14, as Nate mentioned in the presentation. RCP has gotten a lot of interest about the program, and they're in conversations with Carborough too, because there's a lot of interest from Carborough residents that RCP works with. We've also recruited from Family Success Alliance and Jackson Center. So I think if there were more resources available, the need is there. I can't give you an exact number, but RCP has the capacity to expand the program to a point. It's really just the funding piece.
Okay, thanks. My second question was whether, I know we're meeting immediate needs, but I'm just wondering if there's been any thought to summer or what kind of support families may need. I know remote learning, for my kids, remote learning is really not fun, but it is structure. It's something, last summer, there was nothing really for kids. Is there anything we can do to help families that need support going into the summer, assuming we're probably still going to be somewhat constrained in terms of being out and about?
We've talked about a summer iteration of the program. If RCP was to maintain 10 circles, for example, they could extend it into the summer and continue to run them. And then also, our summer youth employment program to some extent provides youth with an option during the summer typically. And that's very small scale again, but the funding would be the question. So we would likely be looking at additional funding to expand the program into the summer.
Okay, so the funding for the circles is really through the school year. Okay.
Yeah, it goes, funded it through the academic year, so through June 8th or 10th.
Okay,
I had a very productive conversation with the school board leadership today about continuing helping us with learning circles and other opportunities. They too are concerned about children having more opportunities to keep engaged with schoolwork and learning, and to have more opportunities for enrichment. So I think we need to be reaching out to the school system and saying, how do we partner together on doing more for children, especially this summer? We've been, advocating a long time for more summer camp opportunities, and explained again today that we physically just don't have the places, and that we want to be partners, and these are all of our children. So let's work with them. Okay, sorry, I had to step away for a minute. Were there other people, council members, asking clarifying questions? Okay. Were there members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
There were 2 folks who signed up, but I see, okay, I see one of them. So we had Carlisle Mills, who is not apparently with us this evening, but then we also have Madison Hayes, who wishes to speak with us, who is here tonight. So Amy, if you could bring Madison in.
Welcome. Hey, Maddie.
Hey, council members. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good, good. I'm Maddie Hayes. I'm with the Refugee Community Partnership. Thanks so much for considering the neighborhood support circles as part of the CDBG funding this evening. And yeah, I can speak to some of the questions that were asked, and one in particular, Mayor, that you were speaking to about working with the school district. One of the things that has been really awesome about the neighborhood support circles is it's opened conversation with the district around, not just education access, but also language and access issues. That is overwhelmingly one of the primary barriers that refugee and migrant communities that we work with face in terms of equitable access to education and schooling. And that has just been heightened with COVID. It existed long before, and it will continue to exist, right? Language and access, largely a structural issue. And so one of the things that's been great about this initiative, thanks to the support from the town of Chapel Hill, is that it's ignited conversations between us and the district around implementing more structural solutions around language access, which has been really great. And speaking to the expansion piece, we, the neighborhood support circles, we started and piloted this with a small group of families, and the waiting list has grown to, about 40 families now. But that's just through word of mouth too. Because of limited funding, we're not publicly, inviting everybody to join, right? We have to be smart with the funds that we have. But we are also pursuing funding from local foundations and from the town of Carrboro to be able to work with Carrboro-based families as well. Yeah. I think if there's anything else I want to speak to. Yeah, I think those are the primary things. And I'm also happy to answer any questions if that's time.
Maddie, is Food for Students able to connect with the learning circles that you're aware of, the neighborhood circles?
With food lunch distribution?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're distributing in a lot of the neighborhoods that we have been working with.
Okay.
And in terms of reception, and right, that's one of the challenges with food initiatives and working with refugee and migrant communities, is oftentimes the food offerings are kind of culturally, can be culturally irrelevant. But that's something that we continue to, make ourselves and a lot of the members in RCP as kind of voices of leadership around helping to guide local food initiatives to try and work toward them being culturally inclusive.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we have two folks who have raised their hands. We have Eleazar Posada followed by Megan Claywar.
Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Buenas noches. It's great to see everyone. So yeah, I just wanted to come on and very quickly first say thank you to Council Member Boyensey. I always missay that. Sorry, Alan. For working with us to get part of this proposal on the, and with staff, of course, working with us to get some of the proposal to expand some of the work we're doing with promotoras here in Chapel Hill and really dedicate a lot of work to our immigrant and Latinx communities here in the town. I also wanted to say thank you for all of you on the council for considering this. And of course, I didn't want to take too much of your time. I'm just very appreciative of the fact of all the support that we received from staff and council members throughout the pandemic and throughout the work that we've been doing. So just wanted to also see if there's any questions, comments, concerns that I could answer and just not take too much of your time, just follow up with y'all.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess moving along then.
Well, thank you all.
Thank you for the work you're doing, Eleazar. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Megan Claywar, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, I hope I am, followed by Rosie Moo.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me a couple minutes to talk. My name is Megan Claywar. I am the program manager with Refugee Community Partnership. And I worked a lot on neighborhood support circles, and I think it's always really helpful to kind of hear some of the stories from the program. So I just wanted to share one quick story that I think exemplifies kind of the importance of this model and also demonstrates how the neighborhood support circles are addressing both academic inaccess and then also the widespread job loss that our community is experiencing. So out of necessity, one of our providers prior to neighborhood support circles was providing free childcare and support to several families in her neighborhood. This was out of necessity as the children had nowhere to go while their parents were still essential workers working. And at the time she had lost her job. So that was what she was able to do. But this arrangement was really putting her in a severe financial strain. So with neighborhood support circles, we're able to provide a stable, reliable place for the children to be able to go and get support with their academics, where before, if there wasn't someone caring for them who spoke English, it's really difficult to support them with their homework. And at the same time, it's providing income for community members from that same community who are acting as the providers. And these providers, I think it's so important to realize, because of being part of these communities themselves, they hold such a unique and critical set of skills, including, being able to be language brokers, having that existing trust with the community members, and also understanding really, really deeply the systemic barriers that their neighbors and themselves are facing at times. So therefore, because of this, these providers are really enabled to enact the most beneficial support for these families that we're seeing. Families are preferring this model over, being able to send their children to external sources. I mean, this is able to really help the parents be engaged in school when they otherwise wouldn't be able to. So now with the neighborhood support circle program, and thanks to the support of Town of Chapel Hill, this provider, she's able to cover her own expenses, care for her own child, and continue to provide that really critical support to her neighbors. And she shared with us several notes she's received from teachers that she started engaging with, saying how much the kids she's working with have really improved since the program began. So through our evaluations that we started at the end of this first semester, we've really seen some amazing feedback and progress that these kids are having. And so it's really a two-pronged program where we're addressing academic support, and we're also addressing loss of income that those providers have experienced. So I just want to thank you all for the previous support and for allowing us to talk tonight. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for what you're doing to help our community.
Okay, next and I believe last is Rosie Moo.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rosie Moo. I work with Maddie and Megan. I just want to come up here and tell you what our provider is doing right now and what happened when we first went into the family. So when our one of the story that one of the family that we are working with, one of our provider is working with at the beginning, when this virtual school started, one of the teacher will go to their house to give them iPad instructions on how to use them or how to get into school. How to get into the school, and she leave. But the next morning, one of the mom was like, I don't know how to go into the classroom, how to get it connected with the teacher, because the instruction yesterday was all in English, and she doesn't speak any English. So she was, but eventually she was able to get into class. The only reason why how she knows the class is over is when the teacher was like, okay, bye guys, have a nice day. And after that, she doesn't know how to help her kids with homework and everything. So when our provider went into the house for the first time, we can see that close to hundreds of homework are not being done, and the kids are really behind. So our providers are getting connected to the teachers and everything and get the kids started. And also the providers realize that the kids are not in the right class because the kid is a special need kids. And so that's when our provider get connected with the teacher, got the kids into the right class, and now the kid is able to read and write, and our provider have a little did a little bit of outside time schooling. So our provider is be the teacher, the interpreter, the email reader, the translator, you name it. So the parents are really appreciated, and we're very grateful for this program.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Back to
Can I ask a
council
question?
comments.
Yeah. Can I cut? Well, I think that's great that actually for the work that you're doing, because I have heard so many families are struggling during this pandemic to help their kids, especially those immigrants, the new immigrants families that they do not know how school operates and how to talk to the teacher. They may have language barrier. So is this neighborhood circle support? Can it be expanded to other like Asian communities or some other immigrants?
Yes, definitely. Right now we have families from speak Swahili, Congo, Spanish, Korean, Burmese chains, and right now we welcome many families from all over the world.
Yeah, because I know a lot of people in the community are actually willing to help, and then and other families in the community that really needs those help, but there's no one that really connecting them. So I really applaud the work that you're doing. So I will try to get the contact information with your organization and then see if we can connect with other families as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any comments from council? If not, then someone wishes to move the resolution.
I'll second.
Moved by Ms. Stegman, second by Mr. Nguyen. Any other comments that haven't been shared already? Just that we appreciate the great work our staff's been doing in connection with our community partners and helping our entire community survive this incredible pandemic. I know we still have more work to do, but like I said, I had a great conversation with school leadership today as they're trying to strategize moving forward as well and bringing children and community together and they're still looking at whether they go to school being back in person or not for the fourth quarter. They're not sure. And we'll learn more as we go, but we know that there are certain children in the community who are falling way behind, and all that we can do to help would be helpful, and helping feeding people. Anyway, and I love seeing, I don't know if any of the other council members have had an opportunity to be at the food distribution on Wednesdays, but our staff's out there, they're incredible. They're helping they're there every Wednesday and they're amazing. So kudos. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Mr. Boyncey.
Aye.
Ms. Gu.
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Ryan. Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Mayor says aye as well. Thank you very much. Good job, Megan, on your first time setting to
We've
it.
got 2 more resolutions.
Oh, do we?
Actually, we have 2 ordinances.
Okay, let's go with those.
So I move 05.
Can we move them together? Are they allowed to be moved together?
I move 05 and 06.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Parker, second by Mr. Boyncey. Thumbs up from Ms. Anderson about being able to do them together. Roll call vote. Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Mr. Boyncey.
Aye.
Ms. Gu.
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Ryan. Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Mayor says aye as well. Thank you. I never look at how many there are, sorry. Trying to make the meeting go along. All right, thank you very much. That brings us to item number 10, to receive and provide guidance on the draft climate action and response plan. And I want to share that earlier today, the climate mayors were invited to be part of the briefing from the White House on the executive orders the president signed today to combat climate change. It was very exciting, by the way. His action included establishing a climate change as a national security priority, creating green jobs, focusing on environmental justice, moving toward net zero emissions by 2050, and restoring scientific integrity. Well, there's a new concept. We heard from the special climate energy envoy, former Senator John Kerry, and the National Climate Advisor will be Gina McCarthy about the administration's plans to move forward. And they just stress that the past 4 years, cities across the country have been doing everything they could to keep faith with the Paris Agreement. We are one of those communities that did the same. And the Climate Mayors has been an organization of over 400 mayors that we have a monthly phone call. We share best practices. We have buying power together to get better contracts and deals. Jeannie and John listen pretty regularly for me and give updates because I have a conflict, but it's been great to have those climate mayors involved and pressing forward. And we were just so excited when the president made this a top priority. They talked a lot about the health of our country and our children, how much money and energy and impact we have on children's lives due to asthma from coal plants and disproportionate health conditions from people, that doing these types of clean energy will help our nation as a whole, but especially those who are most directly impacted by bad energy. So it was very exciting to see this move so quickly, and they're rocking and rolling and going. So I'm very excited. With that, I'll turn it over to our own climate action specialist, Mr. Richardson.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council members. Are you seeing the screen shared correctly?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, as the mayor said, this evening I'm here before you to present the draft climate action and response plan. And what we're asking this evening is that you receive the report, which includes not only the draft plan, but also a series of recommendations that we have about how to revise the plan. And then also we're seeking any guidance you might have about how we revise the plan for a final step a little later this spring. So this evening I've got 4 main things I want to cover with you. The first is just a brief recap of how we got here. The next thing is to share a little bit more detail about some of the feedback we've received and how we got that feedback. And then a little bit about the themes that we've put together as we've analyzed what we heard and have proposed to revise the plan in accordance with those themes. And then finally, just talk about some of the logistics around next steps. So to begin with the brief recap, we, as you know, completed both carbon inventories for the community and for our municipal operations last year. We held, before COVID hit, we held a climate action summit, and that photograph there is from the summit. When COVID hit our community, we pivoted in terms of our public engagement and created a video as well as a climate action opinion survey that we put out throughout the spring and the summer. During that time, we also worked with our consulting team to develop carbon reduction modeling around different solutions, both in terms of their carbon reduction potential and also co-benefits. And as we moved into the fall, we of course published the draft for your review and the community's review back in November. And then over really since November, we have been sharing the plan. We launched an additional survey specifically to capture feedback about the plan. We've been meeting with boards and commissions along the way, holding virtual office hours, talking to staff. And then, as I said, we've taken this feedback, we've been analyzing it and trying to compile what we believe are some important revisions to the plan before it's finalized. So just a summary about some of that work here in terms of the feedback itself. These are the boards, the 9 boards that we met with, and the feedback that we got from these boards is also found in a document that's linked within the staff report. We also spoke and reached out to faith-based organizations. We connected with our neighboring local government staff about the plan. We reached out to the youth council as well as school clubs and others within the school system. We reached out to our climate and environmental partners in this work, as well as several nonprofit and human service organizations, many of whom we were able to connect with through our connections to and work with the Housing and Community Department. We also reached out directly to UNC in various ways, ranging from their greenhouse gas specialist all the way to the Institute for the Environment. And there's a full list, again, a linked document on page 194 of your packet, which shows a full listing of all the different organizations and contacts that we've reached out to about the plan. So as I mentioned, we also conducted a survey to get specific feedback about the plan. This is something we shared out with the community when we were sharing the document itself. And we were pleased to receive over 50 very detailed responses to, of course, what is nearly a 70-page plan. And so it was clear to us that a lot of community members had really gone through the plan and submitted a lot of detailed feedback. That feedback is captured as another linked document within tonight's report. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that while the number of responses that we received, 52 was fewer than what we received for the summer and spring opinion survey, which was closer to 450. When we do compare the two sets of demographic data, we do see a broader range of categories represented across age, race, educational attainment, and income. So I just want to mention too that we were particularly excited to see greater participation in the younger age ranges for the most recent survey. As I mentioned, some of the ways that we reached out included direct emails to stakeholders who had attended the Climate Summit, as well as others who had expressed interest in the project by way of the summer survey. We also held weekly office hours and shared about the plan on WCHL. We posted on Nextdoor, and we also spread the word through different town channels, including the Housing and Community newsletter. So based on some of the feedback we got, I just wanted to spend a little bit of time clarifying a few pieces of information that we thought might be helpful for council this evening. The first thing is that we are seeing this as a living document that can be responsive to changes in technology, policy, and different opportunities that might come our way. So in addition to what we're proposing, which is a 5-year update cycle, we would also suggest, of course, regular check-ins as we normally do with council And if we do find that targeted changes are needed along the way, we feel that we could do that too. The other thing to say here regarding action and implementation is that the plan highlights the major actions that we feel are needed to meet the goals that this community has, including the new goals that are proposed. And one important point to just mention tonight is that, as you've probably noticed in the plan, for several actions, we're building on work that's already been done. For example, the mobility plan. And in other cases, we're moving forward with something new, like the LUMO rewrite. And so the details of implementation that will follow this phase of the project will also help us build on, particularly on some of the work that is still yet to come. But in that effort, we're going to try to align it with the goals of this plan, of course. Something else that's mentioned in the plan, but we also wanted to talk about it tonight, is UNC's role. UNC, we've highlighted some of the work and some of their efforts within the plan. They are, of course, an essential partner in this effort. And we also understand that they are in the process of updating their climate action goals. And so one of the key next steps for us is to continue working with them to find common ground and alignment as we both move forward with this work. And then in terms of our role, I'm actually going to switch to the next slide here. We did hear a little bit of confusion about the role the town might play with the plan. And so just to be clear, what you see on the screen here is a list of all the proposed actions found within the plan. And the first thing that I want to share is that the town would be involved in all of these actions. The reason we have these two categories is that the list on the left, we believe, are things that we as a town have good control over or the ability to affect. And so those are different than the items on the right, which are things where we have less control or less authority and where we need to partner with others to be successful. So I just wanted to make that distinction and hopefully provide some clarity there for anyone who was concerned about our role in the implementation of the plan. Okay, so moving on to some of the themes, starting with, we started with asking what folks liked about the plan. It's helpful to understand what should stay and what we need to keep. And so some of the things we heard were that the plan is comprehensive in its scope. We heard positive information about how easy it is to read, that it's accessible, it's got clear graphics. We did hear that there was appreciation for the fact that equity is one of the main elements, and I have something more to say about that on the next slide too. We heard positive feedback about the measurable targets and the goals. The fact that, of course, UNC is mentioned as a clear partner and has a role in this with us. And then as far as the themes for revision and things that we would recommend moving forward with, we've heard that it really needs to be clear exactly how racial equity is central to all the actions within the plan. And so that's something we feel is important and a good step to take between now and the final version that you would see. Something else, greater emphasis on trees and green space and the role that the natural environment plays within our climate action. Further clarification about our near-term priorities. We do have some listings of when things would take place towards the back end of the plan, but we do agree that this could be made clearer and something we could really focus on up front in the plan. Some explanation around the limits of the town's authority. In many cases, we've had conversations where it isn't always clear to someone who's read the plan why we wouldn't be doing something or why the town would take a particular action and not another. And so we feel it really is important to explain some of the ways that the town is frankly limited in its authority in terms of how we take action. A good example being the inability to create our own local building code, for example. We also heard about the need to really work on ways to make this plan more relevant to everybody, explain how climate action affects us all, and point to the ways in which the work of this plan and the action that is called for is relevant to everyone in this community. And also on a similar note, explain how the community can be more involved. And so those are some of the key areas. Some additional ones that I'll go through more quickly. We heard an interest in the mention about micromobility, which is electric scooters or e-bikes and the role that these might play. More examples about incentives and the importance of incentives to drive change. More about food systems and the importance of food systems, particularly with regard to resilience and some of the climate stressors we might face. And again, on that topic, more emphasis around resilience and adaptation as something we will obviously need to keep working on as we go forward. And then also where we have strength in our regional partnerships and what we can do collectively to perhaps achieve more as a county, as a region, whatever it might be. And finally, just wanted to cover a few next steps here. We do propose that the plan, as you saw in the report, address the themes and the specific updates that are noted. In many cases, we have pointed out specific page locations where we'd like to make those changes. In other cases, we're still working on that or believe it may be more universal across the plan, depending on what the comment is. And then we'd like to propose to come back to you on March 24th and have you consider a final version of this plan. So with that, I'll just briefly show the recommendation here again that's also in the report. And then actually I'll leave this last slide up here for you. A couple of other things that came up more recently that we just wanted to share. One was a question about a glossary of terms. This is something we can do, and just we're curious about the council's input on whether this feels like a good thing to include. It's very common for these kinds of plans, and certainly something we tried to do even with our surveys. The other question is about a standalone executive summary and whether this council sees value in not only having the full-length plan, but also perhaps a smaller executive summary that's more accessible, easier to share, and easier to digest. So I think with that, I will end there, and I'd be glad to certainly take any questions you have, and I'm very interested in the feedback you have about the draft. Thank you.
Thank you, John. If you could bring us back to full screen, that would be helpful.
Sure.
Council members, if you have clarifying questions, you also have time to have input before March. And just to remind you, we have a lot of people signed up to speak. So there we go. Mr. Parker, then Mr. Nguyen.
I'll be real quick. Just really two related questions. How do we translate this into budget and finances and what this is going to cost? And then how do we relate that to our ongoing budgetary processes? And, as we start thinking about moving these things forward, what kinds of tools beyond those which are sort of in the plan can we use to really make prioritization decisions? I mean, we're not going to be able to do everything at once. Some things are cheap, some things are not. And how do we get to that level of information so that it becomes a decision-making tool for the council?
Mayor Pro Tem Parker. So we have been working with our consultants to identify costs associated with some of the recommendations. We will continue to work on those numbers and have discussions with the council over the course of the next few months. In fact, having some discussion that will begin at the retreat. And then that will continue into the budget cycle for fiscal year 22. So we'll have those conversations with the council and with the public as we're leading up to the final adoption of the plan, and then try to have some conversations with you about how we do prioritize where we're going in the future and how we can best allocate funding to make the biggest impact that we can as quickly as we can. So we'll have that discussion with council in the next 3, 4, 5 months or so.
Thank you.
Mr. Nguyen?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I think in the staff answer, there was 2 links to some data, the demographic data that was requested. And both of those links require me to sign into something to view it. I wasn't able to view either of the links. So was just wondering if we could publish that in a format that didn't require a login.
I apologize for that. I thought we had fixed that before it got to you. We can definitely do that, and we'll be sure to get those get that information to you in a way that does not require a login. And again, I apologize. I thought that had
no
been
worries.
made available.
The follow-up on that was, is that going to be made public on the project website as well?
Yes, actually, I should say the information for both is currently available on the project website in a different format where you don't have to log in. It's on the page, it's on the project page. If you scroll maybe 3/4 of the way down, it's under a section about survey data. So I do again apologize about the links tonight, but it is available for anybody who wants to check it out on the project page.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can hear from our public. A friendly reminder, we want to hear from you, and we'll call you in 2 at a time if you can be ready with your comments, and we ask you to stay within the 3-minute margin, please.
Yes. We have, I don't know if everybody is actually online, but we have about 25 people signed up to speak this evening. So I'll start. The first speaker is Kai Nilsson, and he is representing the Planning Commission this evening, followed by Alicia Davis.
Welcome.
Hello, Council, Mayor. Thank you for this time. My name is Kai Nilsson, and I've been chosen by the Planning Commission to present our comments on the town's climate action and response plan this evening. I have served as the youth liaison to the Town Planning Commission for the last 2 years. And as youth liaison, I was selected by the Chapel Hill Youth Council to represent the interests of our generation in this town's land use decisions. I represent the generation which will experience the most severe impacts of climate change. I represent the generation which will never be able to run from this issue and who will be living with the land use decisions locked in by this government for better or for worse. I represent the generation which will be alive to finally meet the consequences of our actions. I am before you today to remind you of the significance of our land use decisions on the climate. The town recently released a draft of its climate action and response plan, which recognizes the environmental importance of land use and calls on local government to use its planning authority to promote sustainable development. While the proposed CARP draft is a strong and ambitious plan, it does not convey the sense of urgency appropriate for the council's stated top priority. The town's signals about the gravity of climate issues matter a great deal in convincing our citizens to take action in their own lives. And it is imperative that this urgency is present throughout all future planning, including the Flume and Luma rewrite projects, and most importantly, in our actual land use decisions. Unfortunately, the land use decisions made by the town in recent years have not been reflective of a climate-conscious decision-making process. While we recognize that many of these issues predate the term of the current council, it is important to recognize that this town council has the power to set a new precedent. Even while drafting the CARP, the council has approved, modified, or voted down projects in a manner inconsistent with our climate goals. Take, for example, any of the new gas stations approved by the town in the past year. It does not take a 70-page plan to know that building gas stations is completely incompatible with fighting climate change. There is a strong chance that gas stations approved in the year 2021 will still be operational in the year 2040, 10 years before the town plans to be at net zero carbon emissions. Often, the town believes that it is making decisions for the year 2021, when in fact we are making decisions for the year 2040, 2050, 2060, and beyond. When will we start acting like a town which cares about climate change? The fact of the matter is that the land use decisions we are making today have a long-lasting impact on the pedestrian and bike friendliness, overall livability, and carbon footprint of Chapel Hill for decades. Fossil fueled powered transportation is the single biggest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. And according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, transportation emissions are driven primarily by locally determined land use patterns. Less dense and sprawling land use patterns which separate living spaces from retail and workspaces and fail to appropriately utilize public transit resources generate increases in vehicle miles traveled and in turn carbon emissions. Denser transit-oriented land use patterns, on the other hand, such as those found downtown and in the Blue Hill District, minimize greenhouse gas emissions, and according to the IPCC, offer benefits for air quality, public savings, and mental and physical health. Downgrading the density of a proposed development is not something which is easily undone. When we reduce the footprint or height of buildings, those decisions are more or less permanent, as it makes no financial sense to retroactively add floors or expand the footprint of existing buildings. Furthermore, opting for lower density uses where higher density is feasible locks in the density of that area far into the future. The town's Flume project concedes that over 80% of the land in Chapel Hill used for single-family housing will likely never be touched. Chapel Hill has neither the time nor the land to be approving low-density projects. As the young people of Chapel Hill, we have a special connection to this place. Many of us were born here. I myself have never lived anywhere else. We, like everyone else, feel an attachment to the way things are here. But we understand that climate change and growth is a natural and healthy part of any community. If we want Chapel Hill to continue to exist, and if we want to share the town we know and love with future generations, change is absolutely essential. And this change is not at all a bad thing. A denser and more transit-oriented town is exactly the kind of town that young people want to live in. Density and transit are the key to maintaining the spirit and dynamism characteristic of this community that we all love so much. Imagine for a second a Chapel Hill where you could wake up and walk to your favorite coffee shop for breakfast, or step out of your building into a lush park for your morning workout. A Chapel Hill where you could hop on your bike to head to the local grocery store or to commute to work, catch a bus with a friend to head downtown for some shopping or to attend festival. Imagine a Chapel Hill where everything you want is a quick walk, bike, or bus ride away. Imagine a Chapel Hill where you can live your life without a car. The next time you are being pushed to reduce density or to deprioritize transit accessibility, I want you to think back to this meeting and this letter. Remember why you are here and for whom you are doing this. As leaders, you have a moral responsibility to look past the interests of the moment and to act boldly to protect the future of our community. In 30 years, we will have long forgotten the contours of today's land use debates, but for better or for worse, we will be living with the consequences of the decisions made right now by this government. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Alicia Davis, followed by, I guess, I don't think she's here. I'll pass over Carlisle Mills to Nicholas Trombetta, please.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Alicia Davis. I am with the Youth Council, and I would just like to speak about how much we have had support over the past couple days. We have had so many young people, like 350 plus young people, deciding that they would like this too. And like, I'm not a native of Chapel Hill, like I didn't grow up here, but I have lived here for the past 3 years, and I would like to see things change. And I believe change starts in one place and grows. And I believe if Chapel Hill can be the first to, not the first, but can start changing things, then maybe all around the world, climate change can change, because it is a very, very serious topic. And I believe that climate change is the start of something very, very big. So I would just like to, again, speak on the fact that we have had 350 plus students and young people in general who have been in agreement with this. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Nicholas Trombetta, followed by Kristen Cowan.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. First off, I'm Nick Trombetta. I'm with the Sunrise Movement in Chapel Hill, and I've been living in Chapel Hill for about 5 years now. And first off, also, I wanted to thank you for taking the time and effort to, actually embark on putting this plan together. I've been doing a lot of grassroots work with Carrie, and they're definitely pretty far behind you guys. So glad to see you guys at least taking it seriously. But while I'm happy to see this happening, there are some areas where I believe it could be improved. And one area that I feel like could be improved is, instead of using data and plans that are dependent on figures and statements made by Duke Energy, the town should seek to lessen dependency on such actors. I think that we should really seek our own independent path. And there's an area, this has been successfully exemplified with the Lumbee River EMC, which is it's a community-owned indigenous utility corporation here in North Carolina. And so I think that that is kind of a core thing, is that the town should not be dependent on Duke Energy and these corporations. They have, a financial vested interest in profits and making money. And so I do not think we should be dependent on them. I think we should tell them what needs to happen. We should tell them, hey, we need to wean ourselves off of fossil fuels by this year. And I think we should be the ones to stand up to them, tell them how it has to be. We've seen a lot of towns negotiate with Duke Energy successfully, and I would like to see Chapel Hill engage in something like that. But again, that is just one of the areas I think this could be improved. And I also wanted to end by stating why this is important to me. I consider myself an environmental activist, and it's an issue of great importance to me and my generation. I question what life will be like by the end of my lifetime. I talk to my friends. We acknowledge that we might face massive death of billions of people, and as Noam Chomsky very frequently points out, the end of organized human life on Earth. And I believe this needs to be addressed more rapidly than what calls for in the Paris Climate Accords. I think the Green New Deal calls for it by 2030. I think that should be our goal. And I think lessening our dependency on actors like Duke Energy and charting our own independent path and taking the step forward to be the people demanding what is needed instead of, as I said, being dependent on them. But thank you so much for your time. And I appreciate you hearing the public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Cowan, followed by William Zhang.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak at the meeting tonight. My name is Kristen Cowan, and I am also a member of the Sunrise Movement Carborough and Chapel Hill chapter with Nick. I just wanted to talk tonight to say, first of all, I am an environmental epidemiologist at UNC, and I was very happy to see that this plan exists. So I wanted to thank you for that. And I do think that it's a step in the right direction to make steps to combat climate change in Chapel Hill. I did have some feedback, though, that is similar to what other people were saying. I think that this plan does rely too heavily on jurisdictions outside of the town, like Duke Energy, like Nick mentioned, as well as the UNC Climate Action Plan and the North Carolina Water Quality Standards. So I think this allows for more ambiguity in the goals of Chapel Hill, and we're much more reliant on others to meet our town's stated goals. So I think, with that being said, we need more ambitious and independent guidelines that don't rely on these other corporations and UNC to hold us accountable to the measures that we want to achieve for climate change. And I think we need to hold ourselves to higher standards that match the expectations set by the town that don't rely on others. I think that climate change will have drastic impacts on the health of the citizens of Chapel Hill. So I think this is really important measures to take, and I think less reliance on other outside jurisdictions would make this plan better. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, William Zhang, and we don't appear to have Blake Modlin or Carter Smith was with us, so we'll move to Jenna Nielsen after William Zhang.
Kristen, while you're still with us, is the Sunrise Movement going to make comments to the Utilities Commission on Duke Energy's proposed plans? The towns are trying to all sign on to get them to move away from coal and to have more renewable energy. And I didn't know if you guys were planning on making comments as well.
I do not think we were planning on it, but maybe we should consider that.
It's open. John can reach back out to you, but they're taking comments up until the middle of February. So you have a little bit of time. You can look at our basic letter that we approved tonight in the consent agenda. We have our draft letter. It's got them fill in the blanks. We would welcome you to be supportive. Or Duke's proposed 6 different plans. None of them rely heavily on renewable energy, but some of them move away from coal completely. So we'd like to see that happen at least.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, Mr. Zhang.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Will Zhang, and I'm with the Sunrise Movement once again. I live here in Chapel Hill, and I'm the Assistant Director of the IGS, the Global Studies Program at UNC Greensboro. So first of all, I'd like to thank y'all at the Town Council for actually putting together this climate action plan, the importance that the town has placed on crafting the plan. It's actually one of the reasons I feel really proud to live here. So thank y'all for that. I've got one kind of philosophical point, a little bit more abstract, that I'd like to make about the plan. The plan often focuses on individual actions, such as recycling, for example. So first of all, we all know that recycling doesn't really work. Most plastic produced still ends up in landfills or in the ocean. But second of all, the more important point is that the only way we're going to get out of this climate crisis is by working together through collective action. I believe that the new draft of the plan should move its focus away from encouraging individuals to do the right thing and towards incentivizing and mandating collective action from all of us, including from businesses. I believe the town should do everything in its power to create systems and eliminate barriers that allow us to make changes on a community level. So I understand that the town is limited in this regard, as Mr. Richardson was explaining earlier. But I'd like to echo Mr. Kai Nielsen when he said that we need to act boldly, or when I say that we need to act boldly and we need to act now, and do absolutely everything we can. Once again, thank you all for staying here late and listening to us and bringing attention to the climate crisis. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenna Nielsen, followed by Owen Ryerson.
Hi, I'm Jenna Nielsen. I'm also with Sunrise, and I'm an elementary school teacher here in Chapel Hill Carrboro City Schools. I want to echo what some of my friends have said about being really excited that this plan exists and being really grateful that you're taking the time to listen to us, that this meeting is happening, that this is a draft process with community input. Definitely one of the best aspects of the plan is its mention of racial justice and climate equity. And we're really excited to see that that is a pillar of what this town is wanting to do. I think the plan could be improved by making that more clear. And I think it's really important as we make a final draft to realize that that same focus that Will was talking about on individuals and businesses, that Duke is going to do these things and UNC is going to do these things, is actually contradictory to racial justice and climate equity, because the people who are most negatively affected are also the ones least able to make those changes. So we'd like to see more specific solutions addressing those specific issues. Like we saw tonight with our housing situation earlier, we can't trust businesses to do what's right for our vulnerable communities. And our climate plan needs sweeping, dramatic, intersectional action. So looking towards this final draft, it needs tangible, measurable ways to address in all elements of the plan the way that these marginalized communities are negatively affected, and then like specific, very specific things that we're going to do to combat that. So really excited to see the top of the list for themes as racial equity being the center of all actions, but the plan would be significantly stronger if those things were extraordinarily explicit for both the public and to hold ourselves accountable to the ways that this plan will be implemented in regards to racial justice. So thank you so much for your time, and we're looking forward to seeing more specific, detailed final draft.
Thank you.
Okay, Owen Ryerson, followed by Maple Osterbrink.
Hi, good evening. I am a UNC student and also a member of the Chapel Hill Carrboro Sunrise Movement Hub. And first, I, as everyone else has said, wanted to thank the council for starting the process of creating a climate action plan and working to create a plan that really tries to tackle the scale of the crisis at hand. And like everyone else from Sunrise has said, I was really excited and happy to see that equity was listed as one of the 3 pillars of the plan. However, I felt that the plan was lacking in the specificity of how it was planning to address the intersecting issues of climate and equity in our community. And I think that the fact that it is necessary to revise the plan in order to incorporate racial equity as a central pillar or as central to the plan shows that equity and environmental justice have in fact not been central to all of the processes of creating each aspect of the plan. And simply at this stage in the process, finding ways where we can incorporate racial equity and environmental justice and climate justice is not going to be enough. And instead, we need to really be thinking about how this plan can be built from the ground up around those central pillars of equity, which, like Jenna said, is, we know, one of the town of Chapel Hill's biggest values. And one example of this is the plan only mentions housing 3 times. If you search the word housing, it only comes up 3 times. And there's no other mentions of living spaces or anything like that in relation to housing that I could find. In 2 of those times that housing was mentioned, it was in reference to aspects of the plan that will raise housing prices. And as we heard earlier tonight in this council meeting, we know that there is a massive affordable housing issue in Chapel Hill. And we also know that affordable housing and climate change are intimately linked. In the communities that are going to be most affected by the climate crisis are also the communities that need affordable housing. So the fact that this plan has failed to address affordable housing in relation to the climate crisis is an example of how environmental justice is not central to the plan. Additionally, the town's plan currently has an update cycle of 5 years. And we believe that due to the rapidly evolving nature of the climate crisis and the rapid innovation around best practices, this is insufficient, and it is critical to change this reevaluation period to 3 years or shorter to create a plan that is able to meet the scale of this crisis. And lastly,
Mr. Arson, your time's up, so we thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Maple Osterbrink, Miriam Thompson seems not to be with us. So next is Margot Franchini.
Hi, I'm Maple. Hi.
Welcome.
Am I next?
Yes, welcome. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi. Well, this isn't as late as after George Floyd's murder, right? We were here till after midnight talking about justice in many ways. So this is early compared to way back in June. I was on asking about an environmental justice commission. Thanks for having us. Thanks for talking about this. Thanks for the plan. It was very well written. I was going to ask Mr. Robinson about I filled out the survey for the resiliency one, and that was really well thought out. It had a lot of good questions about everything, and it made me see that you guys, whoever the author, it was group authors, really know what you're talking about with climate. So I can see that. And we need partners, and it's not all Chapel Hill Town Council's job to make Chapel Hill, you know, a climate resistant town. You know, the people need to rise up, right? It can't be just you guys. And with Michael, Mr. Birthday Boy Michael saying how we're going to pay for it, it sounds like Washington, D.C., 90% of Americans want Green New Deal, right? But then when they throw in the question, but how, you know, what if, you know, there's no money, then people, it drops down to like under 50% or whatever. So, you know, we got to be careful what's more important and be creative and wait for the people like us to help out and think creatively and brainstorm. Gosh, how are we going to do this? Not, well, if we can pay for it, okay, let's do it. Otherwise, let's just do business as usual. That's, you know, it's just not okay anymore. I've been asking for solar since the 70s. Now it's way past emergency, right? So I appreciate Chapel Hill's Bowling Creek. I live at Adelaide Walters Apartments. I'm grateful for affordable housing. I had to wait 3 years on that list to have an apartment, and it's only because I'm old. But I am a member of Sunrise. I'm young at heart, they call it, for over 35. And I'm in many other groups. I'm in 5 other groups for climate because I worry every day. I'm scared every day, all day. I'm on emails all day with many groups trying to figure this out. So people want it. We're out here, we're ready to work, right? So I appreciate everything. And yes, it's not perfect, but you know, I'm sure you have more complaints than you need. So let's all work together on it. And we don't trust Duke monopoly. There are programs, Durham and Charlotte are doing that. Thank you. The Green Source Advantage, but there's only a certain allotment on that. But maybe, you know, if the money does trickle down from the federal for climate crisis, for COVID relief funds, right? We can use some of that instead of, we gotta be tracking. You don't wanna use it for a new police building, new police station that's 5 miles from town. Let's use it for climate resiliency and climate like geothermal. I want to finish up with, we could be creative and have a pilot program for geothermal and make jobs like the Green New Deal thing on a local level. Geothermal work for people whose businesses are gone from Main Street because of COVID, they've shut down. Let's put those people to work, digging ditches and putting in geothermal energy, which is free. So let's work together. Thank you.
Okay, next is Margot Franchini, followed by Julian Taylor. And I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Yes, you did. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Margot Franchini. I'm 17 years old. I'm a member of Sunrise, but I'm also leader of Earth Uprising Chapel Hill. I'm here today because I fully support the town's intention to act on the climate crisis. This responsibility to act currently lies disproportionately on activist organizations, community groups, and individuals to make the changes our society needs to surmount the calamity that is ahead of us and already with us today. Despite their hard work, no truly significant progress can be made in the short time frame we have left without corporate accountability and support from local government. So again, I'm grateful that today we're provided this space to discuss how to improve the Chapel Hill Climate Action Plan. I believe that the current draft needs to be amended to include more tangible goals regarding the incorporation of community action and involvement in Chapel Hill's transition to clean, carbon-free economy and sustainable future. Without direct action items organized and implemented in a thorough timeline, the Chapel Hill community will not be able to reach the goals listed in the plan. There's a timeline provided in the current draft, but there are no goals established for the next 3 years. The time to act is now, and there are plenty of measures you can take as soon as possible, such as implementing climate change curricula in local school districts and supporting neighborhood efforts to allocate organic solid waste and composting programs. In addition to more specific directions, the plan needs to include more concrete actions that the town itself will take to facilitate and lead the steps required to build the equitable and resilient future outlined in the draft. What is currently there is a great start, but it's too vague and we no longer have time for ambiguity. I love Chapel Hill. I've moved around a lot through my relatively short lifetime, but 3 of those moves were to Chapel Hill. My family and I love this place for its culture and its eclectic intellectual community. I know that this town can do amazing things with clear goals, community involvement, and determination. So please treat this initiative with as much urgency as possible and be sure to include youth in the adaptation of this plan, because we are behind you and we are the people who will be inheriting the town that you are molding today. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Julian Taylor, followed by Ella Carter.
Julian Taylor, a high school student and Chapel Hill resident. The teens of Chapel Hill are worried about the direction in which this town is heading, and we want to know that we can live here when we're older. The town's youth strongly supports compact and mixed-use development and everything the Planning Commission Representative Kai Nilsson stated earlier. An urban sprawl concept is not viable for a sustainably growing town and not an adequate response to our climate crisis. Teens care strongly about the climate crisis, and this week a petition circled among Chapel Hill youth and amassed more than 500 signatures in favor of compact development. This petition calling for strong action was sent to the town council today because we want to know that we can live here when we're older, and we demand that we do it sustainably. A Chapel Hill that does not promote vehicle use. The future of Chapel Hill does not want an urban sprawl concept. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ella Carter, followed by McKenna Wood.
Hi, thank you to the council and hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great, sorry. Yeah, I just was wanting to, with a concern about not, hi, I'm a UNC student. And I'm concerned about the increase of urban sprawl and the endless suburbs not being, and increasing suburbs not being addressed in the climate plan. And would be interested in an urban growth boundary being proposed to like suburbs, and that single family housing is not particularly dense, it's not sustainable long term, and needs to be addressed better within Chapel Hill going forward. Thank you.
Carter, we have an urban services boundary in Chapel Hill. It's been
Okay.
established for 30 years. But you're right, we don't have that listed in our plans. I think that is something we do need to stress because not everybody knows that we have. Thank you.
Okay, McKenna Wood, followed by Eliza Gilliam.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
We can hear you.
All right, great, thank you very much. My name is McKenna Wood. I'm a grad student at Chapel Hill. I'm really excited to be here, and I'm really excited to be part of Sunrise and part of Chapel Hill as Chapel Hill moves forward in becoming a leader in sustainable development and fighting against the climate crisis. I do have a few concerns with the plan, many of which were brought up earlier. And I would like to thank Mr. Richardson for some of the clarifications that he gave at the beginning of this. The town's draft climate plan is very thorough, but I'm worried that it places too much emphasis on individual actions or community actions, those things in the right column of the graphic that Mr. Richardson showed. Instead of placing the burden and the responsibility on individuals, the plan should include as many direct changes as the government can possibly take to reduce the negative impact of large-scale polluters and set better environmental standards. And in those places where the town is not able to take actions, where it's not within the town's jurisdiction to do so, the plan should emphasize more what kind of incentives or programs it's going to work with in order to encourage community to take the actions needed to create significant environmental impact to help fight against the climate crisis. Thank you very much for your time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Eliza Gilliam, followed by Brooke Bauman.
Hello, my name's Eliza and I'm a freshman at East, and I've been living in Chapel Hill my whole life. And I'll keep it really short because I also want to go to bed. So I'm really concerned about the lack of initiation there has been for getting affordable housing, because I feel like the developments that have been created in Chapel Hill recently are more of like apartments that have been pushing out families of like lower income, like we saw earlier today at the MLK project. So yeah, it's not sustainable if we keep building like that. And as I think Ella mentioned, we really need to stop the urban sprawl. Thank you.
Thank you. Brooke Bauman, followed by Tom Henkel.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Brooke Bowman, and I'm currently a UNC student studying environmental science, and I'm happy to say I've grown up in Chapel Hill. So I was really excited to hear that the town is producing this climate action plan, and I'm really excited to be here tonight to speak to you as a member of the Sunrise Movement Hub in Chapel Hill. And I wanted to structure my feedback in 4 parts. So number 1, as I read through the plan, I was disappointed to see that the town expects individuals to make personal investments in sustainability without offering clear incentives. So if the plan doesn't include financial incentives for Chapel Hill residents, then they will really not be likely to change their behavior. Shifting the responsibility to the town rather than the individuals is the best strategy. But if you must rely some on individuals, then you should definitely offer incentives. Number 2, I was discouraged to see that the mentions of environmental justice were surface level. Chapel Hill doesn't have enough affordable housing, and this climate plan should include specific information on increasing affordable housing, as housing is an environmental justice issue. And number 3, moving along, Duke Energy is a corporation that we know contributes vastly to greenhouse gas emissions through their continued operation of coal-powered plants. So if our town's climate action plan depends on emission reduction goals from Duke Energy, then we are kind of just taking the easy way out. The town should seek to build its own resiliency by setting its own goals, which would be independent of Duke Energy. And then fourth and finally, I just ask that you change the plan's reevaluation period to be 3 years instead of 5. This climate crisis is really urgent, and it'll be essential to monitor our progress along the way. We also should see some more specific accountability protocols just to make sure that we stay on the planned timeline, because otherwise there won't be much to prevent these lofty goals from making progress. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Tom Henkel, followed by Margaret Foster.
Well, Madam Mayor, members of the Chapel Hill Town Council, and Mr. Manager, thanks for calling on me because I want to get to bed pretty soon too. Thank you for hearing my remarks about the Climate Action Plan, which you are now considering, and I want to give a shout out to John Richardson and other staff members that have put together this very fine document. I will focus on two action areas of the plan over which the town council and government has some control, namely buildings, town-owned and community-owned, and some resiliency issues of increasing the tree canopy and stormwater management. I contrast this with other elements of the plan, such as greening the grid, which really is under the control of Duke Energy. And we can try to get Duke Energy to do the right thing, but that's kind of tough. So the plan shows that approximately 70% of Chapel Hill's greenhouse gas emissions come from the energy use in buildings, town-owned, community-owned, as well as those owned by UNC Chapel Hill. The town has direct control over its municipal buildings and some control over community-owned buildings through rules and regulations for new development and existing building renovations. The council has passed regulations that henceforth all new municipal buildings and those existing buildings which require renovations will meet the American Institute of Architects AIA 2030 program for energy reduction. This program, organized in 2005, is designed to gradually increase energy efficiency goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in new and renovated buildings so that by 2030 and thereafter, all new buildings will be designed to have a zero net carbon footprint. This rule replaces the earlier rule that all municipal buildings would be 20% more energy efficient than the current ASHRAE building energy use standards. I note that the AIA 2030 program, that under that program, most buildings will need to install rooftop solar energy systems in order to meet the carbon reduction goals. This factor will support the Climate Action Plan to install more solar PV power systems within Chapel Hill. I believe that the Climate Action Plan should be more specific when it comes to community-owned buildings as to what new energy use standards will be adopted. The council should replace the current rule that all new community development should exceed the latest ASHRAE building energy use standards by 20% with the AIA 2030 energy use standards. What is best for municipal buildings is also best for all buildings within Chapel Hill. Some questions have been raised about cost. And Mr. Manager, I hope that one of the experts you will consult would be one of the leading architects in the area, Mike Nicholas, who only designs buildings in accordance with the AIA 2030 program. The cost of these buildings are no more than the cost of non-energy efficient buildings. In fact, any additional costs will be easily paid back in the first 3 years of reduced building operating costs.
Mr. Hinkle, your time is up. Can you wrap up for us, please?
Okay, so we have to remember that we can only incentivize developers to meet these standards. So I urge that the council take action on AIA 2030 for developers before you adopt the Climate Action Plan. Finally, regarding resiliency,
Mr. Hinkle, if you'll
all
send in the rest of your comments, we still have a lot of speakers.
Okay,
to go.
I'll email this to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Margaret Foster, followed by Guthrie Richardson.
My name is Margaret Foster. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm also here at the Sunrise Movement. I don't have anything else to add, just to uplift and echo the points about the urgency of the nature of climate change and also the importance of equity as a central pillar of this plan. And as somebody who recently moved back to Chapel Hill, I also want to commend you, first of all, on the true leadership that you're showing through this plan, and also on how smoothly the Zoom City Council meeting has gone, because I too remember being on some City Council meetings in a different part of the country in June, and it was pretty rough. So thank you so much for your time and for listening to your residents.
Thank you.
Okay, where am I? Yes. So next is Charlotte Wellsby.
You have Guthrie Richardson. You called it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss Guthrie? I'm sorry. Guthrie Richardson. Lost track.
Hi, my name is Guthrie Richardson. I'm a senior at East Chapel Hill High School, and I'd like to thank the town for letting us have this conversation right now. I'd like to start off by saying I'm a youth liaison to the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Commission. I've been on that for a little over a year now, so I have a bit of an inkling of an understanding of a bit of the town's ongoings. And while there definitely is a lot of improvement to be made, I definitely do recognize what has been done, and I do appreciate that coming out of the town. That being said, I do think that this climate plan does have a lot of room for improvement, and that specifically stems from two parts. For me, at least, I think that transportation is a major issue, especially in this town. We see that about 55% of Chapel Hillians end up having to drive to work. A large percent of them commute into the town. A large percent have to commute out of the town. That's in large part because we don't have walkable communities, which is something that Mayor Kleinschmidt had in his vision. And I think that we could bring back with form-based code, which we have opted out of in large part because of CHALT lobbying. So I think that definitely needs to be addressed and reinstated. I think it's also very important that we address, like for example, the light rail. That would be an excellent thing that we can implement for green transportation. Again, walkable communities and not just housing, but in addition to that, workspaces that are close to communities. So we don't have to have fossil fuel dependent transportation and vehicles driving people to and from Chapel Hill every day. And this ties back into the second point, which is housing. There needs to be a massive increase in dense mixed income and affordable housing, just housing that needs to be available to Chapel Hillians, because a large issue is we have about 40,000 people that have to commute into Chapel Hill every day for work. And that's because they simply cannot afford to live in town. And that's because we do not have this affordable housing for them to take advantage of. And so we need to make sure that that housing is there so that not only our economy will be boosted and will lower housing prices, as we've seen in Kleinschmidt's former plans, but it will also reduce drastically the detrimental transportation emissions that we see every day from this unnecessary work commute, frankly, that we could eliminate with affordable housing. I think it's also, frankly, kind of ridiculous that we have thousands of workers that work in this town, they contribute to this community, and they cannot live and benefit from the very community that they're giving back to. I think that's a travesty, and we really need to address it. And what's also very important is it was previously mentioned about the issue of equity when we're addressing climate change, and we know that disproportionately affects minorities and low-income people. And I think affordable housing is an excellent way to tie that into this plan. And as previously mentioned, housing is barely mentioned in this plan, and so affordable housing needs to become a much larger part in the climate plan, and is absolutely necessary that we address it. Finally, I would like to say that there are many issues with the town that are not exclusively related to CHALT, but I do think that CHALT has exacerbated them drastically. And we need to move away from, as previously mentioned, urban sprawl and move to dense, compatible mixed income housing. As we've seen in other cities like New York, that is one of the greenest places on the world. Obviously, we're not New York size, but that kind of model of dense housing is something we need to strive for and move towards. Thank you.
Okay, and our last speaker this evening is Charlotte Wellsby.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Wellsby. I'm also a member of the Chapel Hill Youth Council. I'm 17, and I'm just one voice representing the 500 voices that signed our teen petition in favor of the action plan. I agree with what Kai said earlier about needing compact and mixed use development, because that leads to fewer individual vehicles on the road every day, which will overall reduce carbon emissions. And I'm speaking for my generation because we are scared and we're going to experience the worst of climate change. and it's genuinely terrifying for us. And we really want to be able to stay in Chapel Hill when we're older. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
We
That's
have
everybody.
we have a raised hand.
You do? Cam. I just checked. Okay.
Casa Drury.
Casa Drury, yes.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you all so much. I am adding on here at the end, so I won't take up too much time. But I did just want to emphasize, I think one more time, clearly the youth voice came out tonight and has clearly a really vested interest in this plan and in the actions of this council, and just in general moving forward. And I think that I'm also a part of the Sunrise Movement, but have spent 3 years working with the Environmental Affairs Committee on Student Government at the University of North Carolina, and know that it's just a lot of friction to get anything to happen. And the more synergistic a relationship that can exist between UNC and the town, and the more youth voices that can be added to these decision-making processes, the better off we will be in terms of resilience and in terms of addressing this massive climate crisis. So with that, just gonna emphasize one more time, please make it a 3-year instead of 5-year reevaluation time, if not sooner than that. And please keep youth voices engaged in that process as you all move throughout addressing these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to council members. I'm going to suggest that we have a lightning round if you're making comments, because you're welcome to send your comments in writing to Mr. Richardson or connect with him some other way. We still have one item we have to cover tonight. So lightning round, please. Ms. Stegman, followed by Ms. Gu, by Mr. Boyncy.
Okay, super fast. Number one, thank you to all the young people who came out to speak tonight. Love it. And you're right, this is your world you're inheriting. So keep fighting. Love it, love it, love it. I agree so much with so many of the comments. John, I want to say thank you. This has come so far. You and other staff have done a great job. But I do think I absolutely agree with the need for more emphasis on housing and transportation and the connections there, and how we got to get people out of cars, stop commuting, and it's all related to the LUMO rewrite, to our zoning, and to our getting our mobility plan fully implemented. So that's all I'll say. I'll send more comments. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Gu, Mr. Boyncy.
Yeah, well, I just want to say that I'm so encouraged by the young people of our town, and we see that they have made significant contributions. I have changed lots of aspects that we have been doing things around the country and around our town. So I'm glad to hear that many of them actually have already been involved in many of our town's advisory boards. I would strongly encourage you to continue to do that. And for our town, I think I agree with their comments that land use is the main part of our town's tool to address this climate change issue. And I think we need to truly implement those policies, that not just by making statements, but actually incorporate them in our policies, in our land use, in our entitlement process, really emphasizing the impact of those projects that we're approving or disapproving, and how significantly that they are going to impact our town's climate action. So, and I think for their comments about the 3-year review, I think it worth considering, and I think that it's something that we should consider. Okay,
Mr. Boyncy.
Yep. Mr. Richardson, thank you for your work on this. Thank you for the work of staff. Especially appreciate the robust outreach that you've done, including to our young people. I would suggest on the plan that there be a glossary of terms, just so it's accessible for everyone. I'd also suggest that the statement or the introduction that you referenced, that be made, be something from the council. I think would be very powerful if it's something from all of us, And then with respect to the climate equity piece, you know, and you acknowledge this in your responses, but you know, I'd like to see some specificity with respect to Chapel Hill and the connection between racial equity and climate change. And specifically, you know, would like to see, you know, some information on particular conditions in Chapel Hill, thinking about communities of color that are in environmentally sensitive or vulnerable areas, that kind of thing. I'll send in the rest of my comments by email. Thanks.
Mr. Nguyen, Mr. Parker, Ms. Ryan, anything to add? Ms. Ryan?
I'll just send in my comments via email. But
Okay.
thank you so much, Mr. Richardson.
All right, Ms. Ryan?
Yeah, thanks, John. This is really, it's really coming along. I was very happy to see more emphasis on the natural environment in here. As we get going, I'd love to see some broader connections made between natural space, stormwater infrastructure, greenways, transit. You know, that all can be linked into a very potent system that will help us out in lots of ways. I think just like you're including more equity language to help frame those issues, I'd love to see more introduction about ecological services and their roles in resiliency. I think that's something that people don't like when they hear we have an RCD, they don't understand why and what it's doing. So I think that would be helpful for education. Under drivers for action, maybe you talk about providing examples of how we can build climate action to our decision making. I think an important link there is those maps at the end of the flume. I can see those as we develop those actually becoming tools for council to use to say, okay, here's an area where we need to think about this. Here's an area where we can put more housing, or we need to consider stormwater. Or so I think those can actually be a way we can take these ideas and give council the tools they need to put them into action. I think in land use, I agree with that importance. I think we're missing some verbiage about things like ADUs and how we go in and re-densify our, you know, the 80% of town that's currently residential. I think we need to think about that. Glossary, yes, absolutely. And when you asked about an executive summary, I know, and Michael probably knows more about this than I do, but we just at an MPO meeting, there were some really good one-pagers put out about program plans and, you know, we're trying to help with this or we're trying to help with that, something that the community can understand and really access where they may not read an executive summary. So, but thank you and the rest of staff for all your hard work on this.
Mr. Parker?
Yeah, I just want to thank John and his staff. This has been a long road and John has stuck with it, and he's been, you know, to abuse the metaphor, has been through many detours as other town needs have come up. So thank you, John, for getting us through this. Yes to the glossary, yes to an executive summary. One thing you may want to consider, it's hard to do and it may not be appropriate here, but it sort of builds on what Ms. Ryan was saying, was really taking a layered approach, particularly if this is going to be an online document. So you start with a very high level introductory piece, and then people, as they see things that interest them, they can click through to those more detailed pieces that they are more interested in, you know, so basically make a document with lots of hyperlinks so that people don't have to read the entire document, but they can easily go deeper into specific things that they care about. I know that's difficult to do, and maybe you won't get it done this way, but it's something to think about long-term as we, you know, continue to keep this document alive and breathing. But most importantly, just thank you for all your hard work.
I want to thank everybody. I loved hearing all the voices coming out to speak and people interested, and thank you to John. John and I were talking earlier today about I went to a conference and brought home environmental best practices from Burlington, Vermont, from the Conference of Mayors. And that was 3 years ago. It had recommendations. We can learn from each other. We're part of Climate Mayors. We're actively engaged in that. This has been a passion of mine, environmental issues, for many, many years. And finally, we're going to make some traction, but it is urgent. We have a sense of urgency and we need to put that in there. And I was very inspired today by Gina McCarthy talking about that sense of urgency and going across departments and across, you know, with that environmental climate action plan lens, when you're looking at different things, and you heard it today, people about transit, about land use planning, about affordable housing, and many other avenues. I will say, I think there needs to, agree with Ms. Ryan, there needs to be more green infrastructure included in there. so that we're understanding. And I want more actionable steps. I want people to know that we're actually taking those steps. I will say it is frustrating fight sometimes because our state legislature does not allow us to do some of the things we really want to do, but we're finding ways to get around that. And we're combining together with other cities in North Carolina. And you're going to see more traction in states that are a little more progressive on these issues. And we're going to be able, our constituents are going to rise up in the state and demand some of the same kinds of things. Duke Energy just put their statement out that they increased their solar energy this year, but the number wasn't, it wasn't astounding to me. It was an increase, but we can do better, and we need to do better, and we need to push them to do better, and we need to find other ways to help that too. So yes to the executive summary, yes to the glossary of terms, yes to the recommendations that staff have made, and we can touch base again. So I hope you have enough from us, and we've seen our appreciation. We also want to say we don't expect you to be a one-man team. We're hopeful that we can get you more support as we look to the budget season and work on that, and working together and setting those good examples as well. Again, I was very proud of our town staff from putting in the composting pilot program and how successful it was. COVID hit, we're not running it right now, but it really was inspiring to see that our own employees wanted to be actively engaged. We have a number of employees that drive electric cars. We're changing our fleet over. The town is actually taking really good actionable steps, and we need to broadcast that because it sets a good example. And we need to involve the chamber. We've talked about our other partners, but we need our business partners to be part of this solution too. There are things they can do. So we will move along and expect to hear back from you at our March 24th meeting, I think is the date. Yep. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have one more item we need to cover, council members. Number 11, the 2020 financial results and trends and fiscal year 2021 Q2 financial update. Miss Vesperman's been staying with us all evening. I've seen her on there. Thank you for being with us. I hope you've learned a lot.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. So we're here this evening to provide an auditor update on our fiscal year 20 financial statements, and then I will provide an update on our year-end financial trends from fiscal year 20, and then a fiscal year 21 Q2 update. So I'm going to share the screen for Brandy. Is that showing properly, or is that?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Amy. So my name is Brandy Vesperman. I'll be presenting a little bit about our audit procedures and what we do throughout the year, which was a little bit different this year thanks to COVID, but we made it work thanks to Amy and her team. I'd also like to thank the mayor and the council members for allowing us to continue to be your auditors. We really appreciate it, and we look forward to working with you in the future. So even though we're on site usually about twice a year, we're working on the audit all year long. If Amy has any questions or if anything comes up, she can always email us or call us. We're also reading your minutes every time you have a meeting. We go through those just to see any new debt or any new grant pieces that you may have. We use that information to update our risk assessment and our audit procedures and make sure that everything's tailored to you and we're ready for the next audit. Typically, we come on site at interim. This is late spring, early summer. During this time, we look at your internal controls. We perform any kind of walkthroughs we deem necessary. And we'll also look at your compliance. This is going to be your federal and state grants. Then we'll come back on site for final field work. This is usually late summer. And at this time, we're analyzing your financial statements and tying your general ledger balances to your source documentation. If there are any internal control items that we need to follow up from interim, we'll also do that at that time. During final field work, we always have an exit conference with Amy just to make sure that we're both on the same page before we leave. And then once we get the financial statements, we will do a technical review on those, issue our opinion, and submit that to the LGC. And as I mentioned, This was very different this year. We were only on site, I think, maybe 2 days, but Amy and her team were great to work with. They sent us everything that we needed remotely, and we got everything done timely, and it went pretty smooth in my opinion. So thank you. And we issued an unmodified opinion in the current year. That's a clean opinion. That's the best that we can do. I believe you all have a copy of your audit report by now. And I would like to recommend that you look at the management discussion and analysis portion of the report. This will give you a good summary of what happened during the year and give you a little bit of information on the coming year. And that is all I have. If there's any questions, I can answer those, but if not, I'll hand it back over to Amy.
Any questions, council members? No, thank you. We appreciate the thoroughness of your audit information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. As Brandy mentioned, we do have the fiscal year 2020 audit report live on the website. Typically, we provide a hard copy to council. So if any of you like paper and would like the book, we have one. Please just reach out to me. Otherwise, that version will be online tomorrow morning. Now I will start the next presentation. Okay, so part two is the update on the fiscal year 2020 financial results and trends. The presentation is 20 slides and should last about 10 minutes. So the goal of tonight's presentation is to provide council with a report on the town's comprehensive annual financial report for fiscal year 20. No action is required from council. We'll start with discussing the components of the CAFR. Then we'll talk about the fiscal year 20 year-end results. We'll take a look at any trends. And then it's important that we want to make sure that we tie up the fiscal year 20 results in anticipation of council retreat next week as we begin discussion on fiscal year 22. So the CAFR has 4 major sections. The first is the introduction. This section provides a general information about the town and its structure and the services that we provide. The financial section is made up of the auditor's opinion, and that was what Brandy was referring to earlier as we talked about the unqualified opinion. The management's discussion and analysis, frequently called the MD&A, which is a narrative overview and analysis of the financial statements. The government-wide financial statements, which provide a town-wide financial statement overview. And the fund financial statements, which are they provide basically the results of the town's individual fund statements. The statistical section provides a broad range of financial and demographic info. And then the single audit section provides a summary of our federal and state grant activity. So while the CAFR includes townwide financial statements that provide an organization-wide view of the financial results, really, it's the town's major fund statements that provide the best indication of our financials. And our major funds include the general fund, the debt fund, the capital project ordinance fund, that's our multi-year capital projects, and the town's enterprise funds. So as we look at the financial highlights, as Brandy mentioned earlier, the town's external auditors gave us an unqualified opinion, which is the best opinion we can get on our financial statements for fiscal year 20. The town was also awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting from the Government Finance Officers Association. We believe that our fiscal year 20 audit would also qualify for that reward. We have submitted for the award application as of December, and we typically hear sometime in the spring. This would be our 35th year of achieving that award. And then the town continues to maintain our AAA bond rating with Moody's and Standard & Poor's. This allows the town to keep our borrowing costs to a minimum. So as we head into discussions about the general fund, as we looked at the end of year results for fiscal year 20, Our overall fund balance went up by 1.08 million to total fund balance of 27.3 million. Our available fund balance, which is available for the town to appropriate for particular purposes, went up by 1.44 million. So our total available fund balance as of the end of the year was 15.1 million. Our percentage of available fund balance is 23.7%. And as I'll talk about a little bit later, we have that ceiling that we really want, that floor, sorry, to be 22%. So we ended the year strong at 23.7%. So even with COVID, we were able to finish the year strong. And really, we attribute that to strong revenues in the first 3 quarters. And then the practices that we put in place the last 3 months of the year, the hiring freeze and just the monitoring of larger expenditures because there were so many unknowns as a result of COVID. And really, our fund balance has been relatively stable over the last 8 years. So as we look at our fund balance, you can see the unassigned, that's the amount that's available, is in orange. The reserve by state statute, that's a calculation that's required by accounting standards. And there are particular things that we have to set aside because they are held for particular purposes. And then any other reservations are in green. So it's really important as we talk about a fund balance, available fund balance, we set our rate at 22% for things that, are unexpected, unforeseen events such as COVID, economic downturns, changes, unexpected changes to legislation, and things that we don't anticipate to come up. In addition, it really helps facilitate cash management. Several of our revenues are timed at particular times of the year. We are, flush in cash once we've collected property taxes. As we hit the summer, it's some of our more lean months. And so having that reserve fund balance set aside for that 22% does help us manage the cash. So as we talk about the floor of 22%, we had discussed with council that anything over 22% can be set aside for one-time expenditures. And we've come before council typically around this time of year to discuss setting aside that amount. So for this year, it's 1.7%, which it equals to about $1 million. Of course, at this point, my recommendation would be that we hold on any kind of appropriation just because of the uncertainties that are still surrounding our economy. And hopefully we'll be able to come back at some point, maybe, after fiscal year 21 with even more added to fund balance and the availability to actually do something with those funds. So one of the big areas that contribute to the amount that we save at the end of the year is our personnel cost savings. So this charts out for the last several years how much we've saved at the end of the year. This is really the result of the vacancies that we hold, usually as a result of just general turnover, retirements, positions that are more difficult to fill. We've spoken with council about, issues in the areas of police and transit and inspectors. So those are just natural turnover and positions that just take additional time to hire. Of course, as a result of COVID, the number of vacancies we have is even higher than normal. This kind of reflects about the 3 months of the hiring freeze. And so you can see we're on the higher end, but have been at about this amount with 3.4 million of savings. So next we'll move on to the debt management fund. So the debt management fund balance increased by 2.1 million to 9.6. We'll have some additional conversations with council about our debt capacity, our proposed debt that's coming up in the next couple of years at the retreat. But, we had some projects that just have kind of pushed back a little bit in the timeline, specifically related to the Municipal Services Center. And so we've built up a little bit more fund balance than we had anticipated. Of course, we have plenty of new debt planned through fiscal year 24 that we'll be issuing of about 58 million. And that does not take into account the Rosemary deck because our goal there was to have that reside with the parking fund. And those new debt service payments will be 4.5 million annually, which will very quickly eat into that additional fund balance. So this is just a look at our long-term debt and how it's broken out. Our total long-term debt as of June 30th was almost 9 million. Our general obligation bonds are 53% of that. The stormwater general obligation bonds were about 4%. Installment debt is 25. And then for our enterprise installment debt, then that's really our transit buses, is 18%. So there's a lot of information on these slides. Don't be overwhelmed. I'm just going to hit the key takeaways. So really for transit, key takeaway is that at the end of the year, transit added about $2.76 million to their fund balance for a total fund balance of 35.7 million. Unrestricted net assets, that's the amount that's available for them to spend, went up by 1.1 million. And that was really the result of capital contributions, so buses that we were able to purchase with grant monies. So transit is in a pretty good place. Part of that, as we will talk about in the next presentation, is also due to some grant funding that they were able to receive, and then some CARES money that will be coming up for this year. So this is just a look at federal grant history. We went through several years where we were not receiving any grants, and these grants are typically what has helped us with our bus replacement plan. So in fiscal year 17, we borrowed money for the replacement of 14 buses. The last couple years, we have seen a slow comeback of grant monies that has allowed us to help turn over some of our buses. So between the financing, some use of additional fund balance, and the grant monies we've taken in, we've turned over about close to 50% of the bus fleet. So transit is in a much better place than they have been in the past. So our parking fund, so key takeaways here, COVID has hit our parking fund harder than any of our other enterprise funds. We ended the year with a loss of 500,000. A big portion of that is the result of us not charging the last 3 months of the year and UNC going virtual. As we think about this fund, and we'll talk about in the next presentation, we'll be considering some strategies to help parking fund in the short term as we come out of recovery. This is just a visual depiction of what the end of year has looked like. And really, as we talk about parking and the impact, you can see that the timing is really attributable to when we took on debt service for this fund related to the 140 West project. So that's really kind of the driver of pushing parking into a negative year-end fund balance situation. So the housing fund finished the year with a negative $21,000. Housing typically falls at about break even, a little more, a little less. So this is very on par with where they finished in prior years. Key takeaway is that they finished the year with a positive 474,000 to their unrestricted net assets. That's the amount available, and that was really the result of capital contributions, so some grant monies, and some additional increase to their tenant income. And important to note here is that housing has a very, very strong fund balance. It's at 138.1% of their annual operating budget. So they're really in a good position. And this is just a look at how the revenues have broken out, very consistent between years. And so really poised to be in a good place for next year. And stormwater also finished the year very strong, positive 943,000, positive change in unrestricted, and again, very strong fund balance at 106.4% of their annual operating budget. So next steps, I will be presenting next on the Q2 update for fiscal year 21 to provide a little bit more information about what transpired from the end of June until now. We'll be having fiscal year 22 budget discussions at the retreat next weekend. The initial budget public forum is on February 24th. We'll have budget related topics at the work sessions in March and April. And then we'll be coming before council with steps along the way for our debt issuances that we have general obligation bonds scheduled in April and limited obligations scheduled in June. And we'll be talking a little bit more about those at the council retreat next Friday. Any questions?
Council members, any questions? Move on to Q2. Okay, thank you. I know you love processing numbers at 11 o'clock at night.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you to sleep at 11 o'clock at night. So
No, you're good. We're sorry you had to wait so long, but
okay. Last one. Try to be quick. Okay, so I'll be presenting this evening on the Q2 financial results. And as we talk about Q2, I am talking about from beginning of the fiscal year, Q1, July 1st through December 31st. So the goal of tonight's presentation is to provide council with an update on the financial results of the first 6 months of the year. We're going to focus in on revenues and expenditures of the general fund and the enterprise fund operations. When we were preparing the fiscal year 21 budget, there were still very many unknowns related to the impacts of COVID and really the longevity of the event. So we committed to council that we'd be coming back for quarterly updates to keep you all up to date on what numbers looked like and to provide information and provide the opportunity for questions. So this is a high level look at what revenues look like for the first and second quarter as a percentage of how we collect, as a percentage of our total collections. And I'll be going in more depth on the larger areas that were impacted based on COVID and also on property taxes because it's such a large driver of our budget. So as we look at property taxes over the last 5 years, really the key takeaways here are that through the second quarter, we've collected 81.1%. When we look at the average collections and where we expect to be at this time of year, it's at 81%. So we're very on target. You know, when we went into the conversations, there was question about whether we needed to take a look at our collection rate and what was the impact of COVID going to be on our property taxes. But I feel very confident to say that, you know, at least as of the end of the second quarter, property taxes are looking very strong and are in good shape. So when we talk about sales taxes, a lot of information on the screen, and I'll just kind of hit the highlights here. You know, sales taxes are collected 3 months in arrears. So I've included up here the 4 months that we've collected that relate to fiscal year 21. So that's 1 month beyond the second quarter, but I think it's very relevant to show as much information as possible here because the percentage of growth that we're seeing is just all over the place. When we went into the budget, we knew that sales tax would be the hardest hit area. And so we projected a 5% decline from prior year collections. Well, I'm happy to say that 4 months into the year, we're at a 4.13% growth. So that's really exciting, very positive news. Hard to say exactly why in terms of what's driving the differences. We do think that the June and July collections were impacted by the stimulus. As you see, I mean, those were some of the largest months that we had ever seen. So now there's been a second stimulus payment. So it'll be interesting to see if that trend continues. And we'll have more information on that in a couple months. But this is very positive that numbers are looking strong. And 4 months into the year, we have an additional 485,000 more than what we projected. So occupancy taxes, hotels, motels, Airbnbs in the community had been significantly impacted by COVID. And these revenues have dramatically decreased from prior years. The one positive to the town is that overall occupancy tax is a small percentage of our budget, although it's an indicator of how our community is doing with tourism and the vitality of our community. So it's not a good indication that we are at 65% decline of where we normally are at this time. And occupancy taxes are collected 1 month in arrears. That's why you don't see December collections here. So then the last kind of revenue area that's been impacted by COVID is our department fees. We have several revenue areas where we see variances from year to year, and a lot of that is related to what development is occurring in the town, so specifically related to planning and inspections and fire permits. So we expect to see some variance. The area that we're seeing the biggest impact in is in our parks and recreation, and that's really related to facility closures and programs that were canceled. So big impacts from facility rentals that we have not seen or collected, pool passes that we haven't been able to sell because facilities were closed, and camps that we weren't able to carry out last summer. So as from the revenue side, now from the expenditure side, at the end of the second quarter, we would have expected to spend approximately 50% of our budget. Our actual is at 43%. What's driving that is as a result of the hiring freeze, we've seen some additional personnel savings of about $1 million through the first 6 months. We've also saved about $1.2 million in operating costs, one from the fiscal year 21 budget cuts that we made heading into the budget in the areas of maintenance and streets and vehicles. And the second from the close monitoring that we've been doing of some of the larger expenses and holding off on things that can be held. So moving on to enterprise funds. So just high level look at the enterprise funds. Property taxes we mentioned earlier, same for transit at 81%, comparable with prior years. Our intergovernmental revenues are a little bit low, but that's just based on the timing of when we receive our federal, state, and BRT funds. UNC and Carborough contributions have been billed and collected, so we're on par there. The CARES allocation, wanted to note also that we've just been given notice that we will be receiving a second allocation of CARES of about, I believe, $5.4 or $5.5 million. That's good news for transit and will help offset any shortfalls that they're experiencing. And personnel expenditures are on target with where we expect to be. Again, I mentioned in my last presentation, parking is really the fund that's been the most impacted by COVID. We stopped charging between March and July to help stimulate our downtown and to help encourage people to come downtown. We did increase our parking fees. It's something that we had been discussing for a long time to help have consistency across the board. There were 2 decks and a lot that were less than what our other parking fees were. So we raised those to be consistent across the board. We've been monitoring expenses wherever possible to help offset some of these revenue shortfalls. And right now we're really evaluating some short-term strategies to help us sustain through the impacts of COVID. We'll be having more conversations with council about the parking fund and some of these strategies that we would be recommending most likely at our work session in March. The housing fund, as you look at tenant rents, that would be what we would most expect to be impacted by COVID, are really in line with where we were last year. So that's very good news. That's an indicator that, our tenant rents haven't really been impacted too much by COVID. So that's good news. We've received our federal allocation. Wanted to note that there was no CARES money drawn. We did get about $164,000 in CARES money for our housing authority. They're working on spending that money right now. That we just took some time to get projects planned. And so now we'll begin to see some expenditures in that area. and personnel expenditures are also on target for housing. So for the stormwater fees, these are billed on the same schedule as our property taxes. There's a 1-month delay in our collections as the monies come from Orange County. We've collected 1.2 million through November. December is one of our largest months, so we'll anticipate large revenues there that we'll see in the third quarter. Personnel expenditures are on target. We've had something that's exciting and continued to be happening even during COVID is the Booker Creek Storm Basin Park project. So that's under construction, and that's related to the 2018 bond issuance that helped carry that project out. So again, as I mentioned earlier, we'll be having the council retreat where we'll have some additional conversations related to our capital plan and our debt plan and capacity. The budget public forum will kind of open up the fiscal year 22 budget discussions. We'll have work sessions on March 17th and April 14th and some budget topics on those work sessions. And then the proposed date to bring the manager's recommended budget is May 5th. Any questions?
Okay. Any questions, council members? I'll just say that I know our staff's worked really hard, Maurice and Amy and everyone, on trying to keep us afloat during COVID and trying to figure the best strategies. Done an amazing job. I won't say plugging holes. That's not what it's been. It's been an overall strategy to try to figure out. I know there's still more to be figured out, but financially, we're in a pretty good spot considering what I know other communities are facing. And we should be proud of that, but we know it's a continued struggle. And we know departments have been lacking some personnel with the hiring freeze, and that's made some things more difficult. But we appreciate the willingness to work towards keeping us whole as we move forward. And the town's done a good job of having a very hefty fund balance that can see us through. And we haven't had to tap into it yet. We may have to, but we will see what that shakes out. But then overall, it's actually a very positive report. I know that a couple of funds are really struggling, but you guys have made, if you cross the numbers over, we're actually very steady. So it's good. All right, you're going to hear a lot more about budgeting at the retreat. If you have questions, I actually would like a printed copy of the report. The audit report. I keep that, and I have lots of sticky notes, so thank you. I would like to have that. All right, council members. I just think we received it. I don't know that we have to vote on anything. Is that correct? Correct. Amy, did you have any questions from us of things? Okay.
No, I think we'll have good conversation at the retreat, and that'll just kick off many future conversations about the 22 budget.
All right, council members. Thank you for a good meeting this evening and for being efficient about it. I know we heard lots of input on really good subjects. So thank you all. And that's meeting adjourned. I don't have a gavel at home. So bye.
Hi, everybody. Thank you.
Happy belated birthday, Michael.